Formula One heads into the official pre-season test. We're here at the Sakhir circuit in Bahrain for the pre-season. Round 1 is just 7 days away when we start here in Bahrain, followed with a back-to-back in Saudi Arabia. Australia makes its welcome return to the calendar alongside the Italian Grand Prix, this time the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix in Imola. Delighted to say that race on the calendar now until 2025. We're making it one of the longest names as well in F1 history. We make our first trip over to the United States, the Miami Grand Prix on the 8th of May. Spain forms round 6 on the 22nd of May, a few weeks later than when we usually go there. Expect hotter conditions. The end of May on the 29th, it's Monaco, baby. 29th of May for that. Then on the 12th of June, Azerbaijan. The 19th, a week later, the Canadian Grand Prix. British Grand Prix is on the 3rd of July as well. Mark your diary for that one. It's going to be a cracker. 10th of July, the Austrian Grand Prix. End of July as well, another double header. The French Grand Prix on the 24th, the Hungarian Grand Prix on the 31st of July as well. Hungary as well will be then going into the traditional summer break before a triple header with Belgium on the 28th of August, 4th of September for the Netherlands, and the 11th of September for Italy at Monza. Further down, October the 2nd sees Singapore back-to-back with Japan. We now do, of course, have a to-be-confirmed race on the 23rd of September, now that Russia, rightfully so, has been removed from the calendar. The United States Grand Prix then on the 23rd of October, Mexico on the 30th, Brazil on the 13th, and on the 20th of November, Abu Dhabi rounds out the season. It's the final day of pre-season testing here at the Bahrain International Circuit. It's time to find out the true pecking order. Let's take a look around the Sakhir circuit, the Bahrain International Circuit, 3.362 miles, 15 turns, 3 DRS zones, and an elevation change high at 40 meters. It is the trickiest circuit on the calendar in terms of constant time. Start the lap now. Already in 8th gear, flat out on the overtake button. Maximum fuel usage as you hit the first real heavy braking zone on the track. Down to 2nd gear for the right-handed turn 2. Left as well, up the hill towards turn number 4. Open up the DRS zone for the first time. Now swoop round turn number 4. Now, don't go for the apex all the time. Let the car drift out as you get the better run through 5, 6, and 7. Jump the curbs a little bit into the braking zone 9 of turn 8. Really heavy. Really put the power down through 2nd gear. Now, turns 9 and 10. The trickiest corners on the track. A double left whilst braking. Turn 10. Hardest to crack. Go for the outside wider line. You get a straighter one for the 2nd DRS detection point on the run down the national straights towards turn number 11. Flick the car into the left, put the power down mid-apex to drift you out wide through 12 and into turn 13, my favourite part of the track. Get too much on the curves, the car will spin you round. Into 14 now, quick flick to the left before opening up the DRS once again, and straight down now, under the sand dunes as well, into turn number 15 and 16. The really 2 last braking points on the track. Flick the car into the left. The little corner there counts as the last corner. Flat out to the line. DRS open again in the first zone. And that is a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit. Here we go then, folks. We have done 20 hours of pre-season testing here in Barcelona, and then over in Bahrain. It's time for the final 4. After this, 48 hours would have been completed of pre-season testing as well. What actually is going to happen? Who's quick? Who is sandbagging? Who will have the advantage going into the opening round of the season in Bahrain here in just 7 days' time? George Russell getting ready to go into the Mercedes for the afternoon running. His teammate Lewis Hamilton was 9th fastest this morning at 1:36.217. It genuinely looks like there's some issue with the Mercedes. They look vulnerable once again in pre-season testing. It's getting the tension. It's getting the times. Ferrari with the floor off at the bottom. Looks like they're going to do some work as well. Whole host of people ready to get going in this one. As you can see, let's open up straight away the tweet deck situation. As we are getting ready. We're side by side in Combox Cam. So we've got to go up and say hello to Alex Jakes, Johnny Pound, and Lawrence Beretta. It's part of the deal. So let's listen to Comcam.
So I think you want to be end of day 3, bit more rubber going down, feeling what the car can be like on a slightly lower fuel load and some softer tyres. Hopefully we're going to see it.
It's very interesting. It reminds me of last year when we were wondering, are Mercedes, are they struggling? Are they struggling? Are they struggling?
Were they struggling? No, they weren't. They eventually got it together as well, but still it could have been something. Right, we are getting ready then for the final 4 hours. The first cars are going to head out onto the circuit. Let's say good afternoon to our YouTube chat as well. And first of all, I hope you can all read that. In fact, that might need zooming in a bit, thinking about it. It's only at 125. It might need to be a bit more. Indeed, it did. Need to be a bit more as well. Let's just rotate this up as well. Going forward as well, SHT says, well, right now we have Russell out for Mercedes, Verstappen out for Red Bull, Leclerc for Ferrari, Tsunoda for AlphaTauri, Vettel for Aston Martin, Albon for Williams, Bottas for Alfa Romeo, Mick Schumacher for Haas as well. The teammates were in the morning session now joining earlier on. Alonso and Norris, the only 2 drivers who are doing all of the session as well. For today, Lando's done, as he says as well, SHD, Lando's done all of the testing for McLaren, with Daniel Ricciardo testing positive for COVID-19. GKP Tech, hello to you as well, and hopefully we're all okay as well. Hopefully you're okay. We are 30 seconds away from the green light for the afternoon session. Another 4 hours. Hopefully it'll fly by. With what we're doing, 8 hours in 3 days as well. 24 hours of coverage, all beamed right back to you. It's time to conclude this F1 testing. And then we can look forward to the race as well. Green lights will come on. Let's get the countdown, shall we? We had our first ever lights out of the season earlier on today. Green light on at the end of the pit lane. We are underway for F1 testing in the afternoon session as well. Ian Birch will be joining me in the commentary box shortly to talk about all of the information. Oh, hello, as the timers moved up here. What's going on here? There we go. Now we're synced up. So that timer is perfectly synced up to what we need to watch. Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo is the first car out on the circuit after having Guan Yu Zhou in the car this morning. Guan Yu Zhou, actually, or Zhou Guan Yu, we should say, set the second fastest time. He did a 1:33.959. 8 tenths off the pace of Sergio Perez, who topped this morning's session on a 1:33.105. Gasly was third fastest, 1:34.865. Carlos Sainz was fourth on a 1:34.905. Alonso fifth, 1:35.328. Lando Norris is sixth on a 1:35.504. Nicholas Latifi seventh on a 1:35.634. Lance Stroll eighth on a 1:36.029. Lewis Hamilton 9th, 1:36.217, and Kevin Magnussen rounded out the top 10 on a 1:38.616. Valtteri Bottas, though, next out on the track as well. He is heading out there. Ricciardo's on the time screen, but has never turned a wheel in this F1 testing. Open up TweetDeck as well. It's how we're keeping an eye on everything that's going on in the systems as well. As Ian Birch is joining in the commentary box now. Just turn up his headset so he's all ready to go. As well as we all walk in, just on the car actually, in the oil situation. Yeah, as my phone's there. Don't push on the phone, otherwise we'll never hear anything back for the remainder of the testing as well. Ian Birch, hello, good afternoon to you. Hello, welcome back to the box. I've been here since yesterday.
G'day.
How have you been doing? You all right? Megan's turned you down. There you go. Megan turned you down. There you go.
So, I needed to turn him down. Why am I here?
Why are you here?
Yes.
It's your last segment until later on for the last hour as well.
Are you not going to town later then?
I am, although... hang on, that's... That's a graphic wrong there. It's Bottas doing a practice start at the end of the pit lane in first gear now. I am, as far as I know, because as far as I'm aware, there's no actual present directly from me. So that's an issue, because the thing we tried to get isn't available. So I think I need to go at some point.
Well, think of something else and let her know.
I am.
Because she's going to town soon.
Oh.
Anyway, back to the Formula One. What's happened to the air intakes then at Red Bull?
They've changed.
Have they?
Little bubbles.
Who knew that they were going to do that?
Everybody. As soon as I saw Adrian Newey had the changeover and he was looking at the car, I knew there would be some difference. Lando's not in a hurry to get out there. Would you, after doing 3 days?
Well, the brake ducts have arrived. They flew them out. They arrived about 10 o'clock our time. And, so that's a plus for them. They might get a few more long runs out today, because that's why they were doing short runs yesterday. Aston Martin, they're not happy with their performance at this time. I don't think it's too bad. Stroll's done one, 135, 136 too, hasn't he?
Yeah, as 136.029. It's Hamilton, the one below, is on the 136.2. So yeah, he's up there on a good timing zone. Is
No
Stroll.
War, Racing United.
And if you notice as well on that helmet, he's removed the flags of the world that have already said that are against what Russia are doing. But
yeah, your mum's removed the rum from the Russian slice cake, and it's lovely, and it's just called Ukrainian slice now.
I just point out as well, he's been asked to remove the flag of a territory that is only recognised by Turkey, not by the rest of the world, in Cyprus. So an island of Cyprus that is in Turkey, that isn't recognised by the rest of the world, but is recognised inside Turkey. It's a very disputed and hot topic. He was asked to remove that flag immediately, so much so that the Cyprus actually complained to the FIA and said it's disgusting what Sebastian Vettel has done. It's a form of activism, and he should be fined, the team fined, and the helmet banned. It's a very strong call from Cyprus, and Sebastian Vettel's basically stuck his middle finger up at them and said, okay, he's literally removed the flag, and he's also removed the Cyprus flag.
Well, I remember back in 1974, I think it was, the Saturday morning, watching Saturday Superstore, I think it was, with Noel Edmonds. And then all of a sudden the news flash coming on, and there was all these paratroopers dropping down into Cyprus. The Greeks and the Turks have always disputed Cyprus. Cyprus about 40 miles off Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
You can go there in a couple of hours on a boat.
I mean, it's
on a ferry.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that.
I think it takes 3.5.
It's a question of being united against what Russia are doing, and for them to say about literally Sebastian Vettel, the GPDA have raised massive amounts of money for the Ukrainian refugees. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and they need it.
Yeah,
it's terrible what's happening there. Some of the things that's happened are not surprising. Because if you look at places like Aleppo in Syria, that was bombed in a similar way. Bombed in a similar way, wasn't it? And this war has got to stop. And having that on the side of his helmet, no war, is exactly right. The war should never have happened in the first place. But it did get managers to get rid of Nikita Mazepin, even though he was actually turning the corner as a driver, actually.
Yeah, he was finally starting to be a good driver.
And as a person, But Nikita is gone, and K-Mag is back.
So win all round, really.
Yeah, you've gone from one of the most hated guys in the paddock to possibly one of the most loved guys, apart from somebody like... Ricardo, I don't think there's anybody else more loved in this paddock than K-Mag. K-Mag is he's driving much more sedately than he used to. I'm not meaning that he's losing his speed. I just mean that he's not making. He's doing what Bottas did,
Yeah.
right?
Circulating,
All of a
yeah.
sudden, you get not circulating, right? He's not taking the chances. He doesn't. Sometimes they instinctively, when they're learning their trade, like Bottas did at Williams, they instinctively go for a move. That, I mean, to be honest, right, the current world champion, Max, did that all until last year,
Yeah.
right? And when he stopped doing that and thought about, can I really get that? Max was saying on Friday that that was what he thought was the difference last year, was the fact that he wasn't making rash decisions. You know, Lewis will disagree with that. There was some rash decisions on both sides there, you know, he honestly has become a better driver for it, he says. And K-Mag, during his time in NASCAR and in IndyCar, has really matured. I think it's to do with the fact that Litland's come along. What's her name? Laura?
Laura, yeah.
Laura.
Yeah.
She's one now, toddling around, you know. And it happened with Grosjean to some extent, right? You start thinking about not making the move because you've got a kid at home. Because you don't want to end up...
Yeah.
I mean, Megan loves Alonso, and we were really lucky. I haven't seen a more mangled car where the drivers walked away than Australia. You know, when
Grosjean's fireball. In terms of a pure accident. Yeah.
To tell you the truth, Grosjean's car, the back of it, was almost still intact.
So I don't know what's causing that.
There wasn't...
Nope. So it's causing feedback.
It was completely broken.
Yeah, it was.
Into about 5 pieces.
Yeah,
Grosjean's
was one.
It scared. It caused the FIA to reassess their.
Oh,
we've just lost picture. Oh, I know why.
It stopped recording.
It stopped recording. Well, you didn't need that bit. I've got it. So
that's good. Yeah.
You know, I've got the new bits. We had a power outage this morning,
as we all know, with it all cutting off.
Yeah.
This morning, honestly, day 3, every test something goes wrong. It's like everything goes well and then everything dies.
Have you noticed that everybody in the media seems to be thinking, what should we do now? Let's go and interview someone to fill some time.
Yeah, it's getting quite annoying actually because they take it so long as well.
Yeah,
because we have to play them as well.
Everything. The highlight of the day up to now has been the Red Bull's decision to do something about the air intakes.
Yeah,
and the side pods.
I've heard things that Adrian Newey is trying to find a way of integrating Mercedes system onto his car, or just removing the air intakes completely. But that'd be a whole redesign, surely. It'll be a B car already going into the second half of the year, as Russell does a practice start. He has just gotten 10th, by the way. 1:37.84.
We don't officially know, but we believe that what they've done is the 2 radiators are a distance. One's a distance behind the other, so effectively you cool the air twice down each side. That's what was said by Ted. So you know. I virtually understand that, and the decrease in the size of the aperture, which I do understand, increases the airflow, the concentration. A bit like when you got a hose pipe and you stick the finger over the edge, and it makes it much stronger.
Yeah, the water pressure.
If, you know, a water pipe with no nozzle on the end, will just be like a pool of water going like that. You stick your finger on it, it'll go 30 foot.
Yeah.
You know.
We could demonstrate that if we had the water cannon here as well. Got to do something like that.
I think the local fox has bit the...
You're joking.
David said the last time he turned the pipe on, it had some little holes in it.
Oh,
they probably thought it was a grass snake.
Yeah.
You know? Let's get the grass snake and... Oh, my teeth.
It's rubber. Yeah. Oh, great. We have new hose pipe.
Yeah, the most amazing thing was when Megan was born, we used to have a fox that actually on we've got a potting shed with a glass roof next to this building, on the edge of this building, and we used to have a great big tree in the house behind, next to the church, and so it was nice and shady. And in the summer, the fox used to come during the day and fall asleep on the top of the glass roof. Yeah.
Nice. It was a cool, shady spot.
Yeah. We've got lots of foxes around here because we've got a river and
there's a
got a
family,
churchyard. Your mum had, for the first time in years, we've got an owl back in the churchyard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's years and years.
Yeah. After I scared it away accidentally by firing a firework up and it hit the tree.
Catherine wheel, wasn't it?
No, it was a rocket.
Oh, I thought
A
Catherine
rocket
wheel.
it went up and it went in the wrong direction, hit the tree, and the owl was in the tree, and we didn't see it again. So it
was
flying
fine.
off.
It was alive. It flew off.
Yeah, we heard it. It was. It used to be in the graveyard behind us.
Took up permanent residence.
Took up a residence in a different place. The Astons got a few
twitched off the
problems
track.
with braking still. But everyone's saying that you've got to push the thing to the limit. This is the last time you're going to have a test before the practice sessions, and Sebastian's really knows how to push a car to the limit, doesn't he? And like Lewis does, and Max does, and I tell you, it was the best at Miami Beach.
Who's that off? It's Williams. Oh, okay.
I did want to say something about Williams. Yeah.
Well, they've changed their floor and they've put it down now, so Albon will head back out there.
Yeah, Williams have got a lot more money coming in this year. And, it's...
Dice Capital, isn't it? It's taken
yeah,
over. Got more money in.
And so they have made some great strides as well. The other thing about Williams is that Ted's asking people. I mean, I know he asked January Joe, what car other than a Williams is in the Williams Museum in the car collection?
Oh, I don't know about this.
I'll give you a clue. It hasn't been on show for years, but he's part of the Williams collection, and I think it has appeared at Goodwood about 3 years ago.
The only car in the Williams collection that isn't a Williams.
That's a good,
Ferrari.
Yeah, it's a Ferrari. Enzo gave him a Ferrari.
Which one?
Yeah.
80. It
Yeah.
was an 80s one, wasn't it? Something like that. It's a Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm sure it was Enzo or Enzo Jr. gave him a Ferrari.
Wasn't it? Wasn't it to get Mansell back or something?
I don't know. It was, but
Or,
you know,
yeah, to get Mansell.
And even Eve, who is the press girl that's with Alex Albon.
Yeah.
Even Eve went, I didn't know that.
They didn't know. Well, to be fair, it took me a second, but I remember actually because that when I was doing the Frank Williams documentary.
Yeah, Ferrari. And unlike a lot of the teams, Ferrari do actually give a lot of their cars away.
Yeah.
Michael has got virtually all of his cars.
He has, in the museum area.
In the museum, that he had a castle built, didn't he?
Yeah, big one. Yeah.
To make it into a castle-like museum. For his cars. How's Mick doing today?
Mick is just at the track. He's 14th at the moment on a 1:47.45, but he's going to have an extra 2 hours of running this afternoon.
Yeah, they had an hour last night, didn't they?
Yeah, an hour last night, 2 hours this morning. I think it's 2 hours this afternoon, or maybe just an hour tonight for Schumacher to catch up on the 4 hours that they missed through no fault of their own on Friday morning. We've got some times coming through. Russell went P10, still is a 1:36.360. He is out there on the medium compound tyre. Vettel's 12th. Russell is improving. Norris out there as well. And Vettel out the track as well with Schumacher and Verstappen. And it's Schumacher, Vettel, Bottas, Norris, the current drivers on the track.
The lad from the Philippines wants to know about Grosjean's crash.
SHT.
We're not sure what caused the car to explode. Well, from what we understand, right, it was the flexi joint right?
On the sealer, wasn't it?
On
Yeah.
the between on the flexi joint from the seal on the tank to the petrol pump for
Yeah.
the engine.
Wasn't actually shut, was it?
No, it was broken.
Right.
That's been reinforced with aluminium things
Yeah.
now on all cars. And that's where during the impact it was broken. And it was when the car, as I was just saying to Joshua,
Yeah.
the car, half the car is still there.
Yeah.
Because the back end of that car was ripped away.
The survival cell broke
yeah.
away, yeah.
The car ended up in 3. It broke just above the nose
Yeah.
and just behind the driver. And, you know, there's a flexi pipe that when the engine and gearbox was ripped from the car, the flexi pipe was broken, and that's what caused the fireball. That is what.
Yeah, because the heat
Haas
from the engine
believe.
ignited it, yeah.
Yeah. There's not much left of that front end.
No, it's all got... The car's in
Yeah.
a museum.
You need a forensic investigator to actually decipher what. But they've got all the telemetries and the things like that. But that is what the FAA did. They asked all the teams to reinforce. Similar thing happened with the TWA flight that exploded just off the coast in America. The link between the two
Separated.
the
Yeah.
tanks in the 2 wings, there's a link, and there was a flexi pipe there that had corroded.
Yeah.
And the electronics around it caused the spark. It was leaking into that area, and as soon as the wings exploded and just destroyed the aircraft.
Albon's got some red aero paint and some green aero paint, so they're trying to see what the airflow is on different parts of the car at the same time. So trying to understand more about this new floor that they've put on over the lunch break down at Williams.
I'll give you a clue. When you actually see a Formula One car very close up, right? They look
2 seconds. Andrew Shovlin is down with
Andrew Shovlin.
Sam Collins.
Andrew, this is the 3rd and final day of pre-season running for the 2022 Formula One season. Your brand new car has changed quite a lot, but how's the testing gone so far?
It's gone reasonably well in terms of the programme. And when you start it, you realise there's probably about 9 or 10 days' work, and you're trying to squeeze it in. The car's been very reliable, which has helped a lot, and considering how different it is, we're pleased in that regard. And that's just allowed us to spend the time sort of understanding the new aerodynamics, and then also from the car we had in Barcelona to here, a lot changed, and just a case of understanding that, trying to get the performance out of that.
Well, you mentioned the car's quite different. I mean, it's quite different to anything we've seen in Formula One before. But for us, sort of looking on, it's quite different to the way it looked in Barcelona as well.
Yeah, it was quite a significant change, and it's just a case of trying to understand what the effect of all that was, making sure we can get the performance that we had in the wind tunnel onto the track, and that's been the big part of the work this week, really.
Does that change sort of affect the data that you'd collected in Barcelona? I mean, I know you expected it, but coming here to a very different circuit with a car that's aerodynamically, at least from our point of view, looking very different as well. I mean, do you have to sort of take that Barcelona data and put it in the bin, or is it still useful?
No, there's a lot of learning that you get from Barcelona. It's always going to be simpler if you stayed in one place, because then it's very easy to overlay what the car's doing in terms of speed and balance, and all that changes when you go from one place to another. But when you're looking at elements like wind tunnel correlation, you're really looking at how does the car on track compare to the model in the tunnel and what we're seeing on the map there. So that's not such an issue when you change venue.
Now, something you deal with all the time is getting the car in the right setup window, how it operates out on track in both tests and races. We've seen in Barcelona and again here in Bahrain, the car, not just the Mercedes, all cars seem to have this porpoising characteristic. What can you do other than just raising the ride height to get away from that characteristic and make the car run as quick as you can?
Well, we've got a few tests that are going on today. I mean, that's something that I think everyone discovered pretty early on. You lift the car up and and you get a lot less of that effect. So it's a way of mitigating it. The big question, though, is how much of the performance can you keep on the car and avoid the problem? So aside from that, we're looking at now a few changes that we can do and that we've been looking at over the course of this test to try and improve it. And there's also elements on the ride side as well. It's not only an aerodynamic thing, so looking in that area as well.
There's been a lot of talk about weight of the cars at the moment and the weight limit. These are the heaviest generation of Grand Prix cars of all time, but it looks like there's certainly a move from the teams to increase that weight limit. Where do you sit in terms of that, and particularly in terms of the weight distribution window as well?
Well, we're not giving exact figures for where we are. I think most teams are battling a bit with the weight. There's a lot of safety features on these cars in terms of the strength of the chassis, and that has put the weight up. Also, the wheels and the tyres are very heavy. So most people seem to be talking about the fact that they'll be over the weight limit. We're fairly agnostic on whether the weight goes up, 5 kilos, or whether it stays the same. I think going up by 1 or 2 or 3 kilos isn't going to change much in terms of the way that the cars run on the grid for the race here in a week's time. So as I said, we don't have a terribly strong opinion on whether it goes up or stays where it is.
Now, you mentioned the tyres there. They're also very different for this year, and getting the drivers and the team to learn about how these tyres not just work on track, how they degrade and what temperatures and what conditions the tyres like, but also how they deform in cornering. What sort of work have you been able to do on that in these limited test days?
The main thing for us was just trying to characterise what they're doing here, because we need to go into a race weekend with a view on what's the strategy going to be. So are we setting the cars up for a 1-stop or a 2-stop? Which tyres do we want to lose into the Friday programmes? What do we want to keep for the race? So most of our work in that regard has been characterising them from the strategy point of view, also understanding the sensitivity to things like pressure, to camber, what can we do with the car to change how they work, and then you're looking at things like the temperatures they're running at. Do we need to push a bit of work on the front, or can we do a bit more on the rear? What are the wear profiles like? We did the race sims in the hot conditions, which isn't really suited to Bahrain, but it's actually quite good to try to understand tyres at a lot of other circuits that where we don't get the night races that we've got here.
Now, you've had both drivers through the car over the tests here at Barcelona and at Silverstone. What's the feedback from them been on the car and the rules themselves?
Well, it's difficult to sort of sum that up in any in a few sentences. In terms of the rules themselves, well, Lewis was doing a race in this morning, and he was racing with Gasly, just trying to understand how the car behaves when you're in traffic. Can you get closer? How is it to overtake? And it does seem that you're able to follow. It's hot here now, and we weren't getting too much overheating. In terms of what the car's doing, the balance isn't maybe as difficult as we thought it would be to work with. So we were expecting the low speed to be a real handful, and that seems to be okay. It's just a question of how much speed are you carrying through corners compared to others, and how much fuel are we running, how much are they running. But in terms of balance issues, there's no one thing that we need to work on. But even by the last race of the season with a car that you know really well, you're always trying to tune it. There's always scope to improve it. And overall, as I said, it's perhaps not as bad as we thought it might be with these new regs, but we're finding with every run that we do.
Andrew, thank you very, very much for that, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the car gets on in the first few races. Back to you in the box.
Sam Collins down there with Andrew Shovlin now as well. We've just had a virtual safety car as well, because Alexander Albon had a side pod cover fly off his Williams, and it was lying in the middle of the track, so they threw a virtual safety car for Marshall to run out and get it back. We thought it was a test, but it was actually a full-on virtual safety car, as Albon and Schumacher are out on the circuit as well. Everyone else has returned to the pit lane. McLaren looking on now. We've been talking while that interview was on, so do you actually remember what you were saying just before?
Yeah, I was going on about if you actually see one of these cars in real life, like at Goodwood or somewhere like that, then they look fantastic on the telly.
Yeah.
But they're a bit rough around the edges when you actually see them.
They really are.
They look like an unfinished Airfix model. These adverts and paint jobs cover a massive lot of sins.
Yeah.
They have all the teams use tape around the seals of the airbox.
Yeah, the go faster stripes.
And the engine cover. And after all these years, they've not solved that.
No, they still have to use it. I'm surprised they haven't created like a complete sealant.
You could have a system where it comes over like that
And covers it,
and covers it, each side things. I've been listening to quite a few drivers going on about these new types of downforce car being low. The hugging of the track is something they've not dealt with in any of the formulas when they're going. After all, the last time we had this was the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, ground effect was
the ground effect.
Lotus.
The ground effect affects the way you drive into the corners, and that's why. But it's giving quite a bit of problems braking.
Oh, what's this from Lewis Hamilton?
Have you noticed that the rake is now at the front of the car rather than the back?
Yeah, I noticed this morning on Red Bull's
The differing
new front.
rake.
Yeah.
So,
Red Bull's new front of the car. It looks like almost like it's got a barge board because barge boards are banned from now on.
Yeah.
But the teams.
Oh, you
have
can put them
brought
under the
back.
cars?
Yeah. And are you boiling, by the way? Do you want me to turn that down?
Just move it slightly.
Yeah, well, I'll just turn it down a bit because they'll still hit the hip.
All the underfloors and insides have got all these new. The barge boards are now inside, deflecting things,
Yeah.
we had a big argument on Sky yesterday about what you call, what we called the inner wheel arch covers without the wheel arch, on the front wheel, and that's just to dispel the airflow from the tyre at the front. The front tyres have always given these problems of messing up the airflow, and just those little wings that are sticking up on the inside of each front tyre are doing a massive deflection job of the air, and it's actually helping with the brake inlets. The air is being forced more into the brake cooling inlets at the front of the car. Look at this.
Yeah.
There's the Red Bull with its
Albon, Williams.
no,
Looks similar,
sorry,
doesn't it?
yeah. I was going to say that's not the difference. Anyway, I tell you what, the Williams, right? They are the nearest to last year's car than any of them, aren't they?
Yeah, in terms of the overall development of it.
Yeah, it's as if they took last year's car design and said, right, we've got to take this off, got to take that off.
And just mould it. Yeah.
And moulded it. I mean, some of the things,
Albon just went 10th, 136, 381.
Look how, if you put those side pods the other way, vertical, instead of horizontal, right? Horizontal.
Oh, look, there's a perfect example of
the
the
other way
airflow.
around, right? Right? If you turn them like that,
Yeah.
right? Like they're about the same size as the those Alpine things that are vertical.
Let's just have a quick look at this. So Ferrari have got the widest.
Sorry, horizontal.
Yeah. Just
the Alpine's got them horizontal, but they're about the same size as the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Vertical.
Look at the new floor on the Red Bull. Look, the air channel now goes up and around the floor towards the new barge board area, where it didn't on the other side
when Perez went into the pits this morning, they put the covers over, and they got the what Ted describes as the dentist drill out, and made some more little holes in that barge board floor.
Andrew Benson has tweeted, because he's in the press conference at the moment for BBC F1, This is from Lewis Hamilton. At the moment, I don't think we will be competitive for wins. There is potential within our car to get us there. We just have to learn to be able to extract it and fix some of the problems, which is what we're working on. In the words of James Hunt, that's bull. I'm sorry, but it's Mercedes. They are going to be competitive regardless. I don't think they've made a mistake with the car. That is Lewis Hamilton being the PR machine as usual, of saying, "Oh, it's very, very bad."
Lewis has suggested that the problems with the car are not with the cooling. I mean, they always had a problem cooling the car, and now they think they've solved it. He thinks it's the fact that they can't seem to keep the car steady
Under the proportion,
in the braking after the long straights.
And of course, they're pausing up and down and bumping around and everything and shaking the fillings out.
Yeah, they've made a big stride in the last few days of doing that. And that's one of the reasons that Red Bull took the dentist drill out.
Yeah, to try and fix
the
it.
little dribble drill.
It's a horrible little thing, yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like a dentist does. It's ultrasonic. Oh, it's awful.
Let's try this. Let's do an elongated hole here.
Joe, also, we've heard that since 2014. I still don't get used to it every time we hear it. It's awful, that noise.
What, the zzz?
Yeah, the really high-pitched one.
Well, that's because it's just a like a emery board style thing that just wears away at the carbon fibre really fast, and speed means that it doesn't crack it, does it?
No, it's...
if you slowed it down, it would crack it.
If you go like that with it on a normal saw, it'll really bad. But with ultrasonic, it's so fast, it's a clean cut. Like you're sharpening a blade. And
So we've got
cuts through the meat easier.
The McLaren there. I was also surprised listening to Ted's notebook that McLaren are the one that are in second place in the number of wins and trophies.
I was surprised to hear that because I thought it was Ferrari.
I mean,
Williams.
unlike Alex Albon, I remember when they dominated. McLaren dominated for years. That's why they've got all those little stickers on the entrance to the rear entrance to their garage.
No constructors,
constructors and drivers championships that they've won. But I was surprised how many points and how many things they got. Yeah. You forget that they were the dominant 80s team, weren't they?
McLaren 88, 89,
Ferrari
85, 84.
Ferrari fell off for about 6 or 7 years.
Well,
and McLaren started catching them up.
Twitch from Russell at turn 4.
Yeah, but that's what I was just saying about. They're finding that when they start to slow down to change direction at the end of a straight, right, they're having this situation where the front wheels are unsteady.
The wheel covers are the most surprising.
As Ant just said, as you go to the lower speed, right, it's causing the front wheels and the air going around the front wheels to dissipate in the wrong direction. Is that the word? Yeah.
Oh, he's gone too deep at turn 11. He's ruined the lap. That was looking good.
I just think it's a driving experience problem of these new cars. Do you like the nice the way they've put the little halfway down theirs?
Oh, the RPM.
All the others no of the wheel covers.
Oh yeah,
they've got all of them have got different things, and they've got a little slit
in between them.
Where the others haven't.
More airflow as well.
I haven't seen that on any of the others.
Well, I think it was you said this morning. I can't remember who said it, but Mercedes are really the thing that's angered Red Bull more. I think that was Tom Dillon. Was the fact that, or it might have been you actually yesterday, Mercedes are taking the airflow and they've put the winglets on the rear view mirror, and that's what Christian Horner's angry about. Not the side pods, it's the fact that the wing mirrors are not. It was a gentleman's agreement that they would not be used as aero parts.
But they
have.
Yeah, but they're not the only ones. Ferrari have done it as well, and so has some of the midfielders. I believe that I was told that it was with the FIA to try and stop the porpoising.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought as well, because it reduces the pressure on top of the car and puts it a bit more air onto the top.
As you can see,
underneath.
it's an illusion. They actually don't. They're on the mountain that the things are on.
Yeah,
But they're not actually on
the car. Yeah,
the
I
car.
see what you mean. Yeah,
It's an illusion because the mirror is showing them up,
yeah.
and it looks like they're in the mirror.
Yeah, look, they're just
Yeah.
on the side of the car, though, and they sprout from there. But the mirror is actually housed completely separately.
Yes.
That's quite clever. So, Alpha
Which is
Tower
probably,
down
Williams why Christian on Thursday was complaining like mad, and saying that it's all illegal, and then on the Friday he was going, no, people are misunderstanding me. It is perfectly legal, but it's just not in the sporting concept that was first agreed. Well, neither is half of your car.
Yeah, I mean,
it's because you've got geniuses behind you,
Who can
like
do it,
Adrian Newey, that will take every little regulation and push it as far as it can without breaking it.
I mean, honestly,
And sometimes they do break it,
yeah.
and people don't notice for a few.
Like the Red Bull Flexi rear wing of last year.
Yes. Yeah, why they dominated the first few races.
Yeah, and everyone was like, "Oh, that's an interesting concept." Red Bull were the quickest of testing last year. It was quite clear. The clearest car that's been competitive so far this week. Yeah,
I don't
this
even
testing
believe
is
that
Ferrari.
this car is the one that we will see next week
I
for
don't.
either of the top two teams. I think Ferrari's is.
Ferraris, I think, they've gone all out.
I think you will see a mixture of the two cars by the Barcelona car and the Bahrain car.
Yeah.
I think you'll see a mixture of that next week when you first see the first practice comes around, and I don't think it's in either of them's interest to actually show their full deck of cards, their full hand of cards, and what they've got left in the deck. What's left in the deck at the moment.
Everyone always thinks, okay, let's take the testing times as granted. It's clear now. If we was to stop the clock now, Perez, world champion, fastest car, fastest driver. No, testing's not about that. Testing's about finding out what the drivers and the teams have actually got and done to their cars this year, finding out what's going to work, finding what isn't going to work, and seeing how they run together. I mean, it's just seeing the cars before they get out there.
The lad from Singapore, Singapore, not Thailand, isn't it?
Singapore.
Yeah. He's saying about the soft compound tyres. And
for Albon,
Albon only went 10th fastest on the things, but 10th fastest for Williams for
big improvement.
It's a big improvement. If you look at.
Eighth now,
also, nobody has turned their engines up. Nobody wants to blow this engine. Williams were more worried about than losing the back of the car. It was more worried about losing the engine and the gearbox than the thing, because it's not easy to fly a new one of them out.
And of course, we'll see the glory runs in the last hour of testing. That's really when we're going to see everyone turning up and go for some.
I don't know.
laps.
I don't actually know whether at Barcelona they were only allowed one car and one engine.
One car, one engine for Barcelona. Here, they're allowed
have they got
unlimited.
the Barcelona engine as well?
They're allowed unlimited, so probably so, yeah. Because it was a shakedown, they were
so they
restricted,
may not have had to fly it out. But definitely at Barcelona, they're one car, one engine.
And here, they can do whatever they
And
like.
the interesting thing is, Lando, because of the situation with Danny Rick, he's having to use Danny Rick's tyres, isn't he?
Say again, sorry?
They must have got permission to use Danny Rick's tyres.
Yes, they have. Yeah. Because Lando's had to do the tyre test.
Yeah. Because I don't know if people know that the tyres are all allocated, and they've got a barcode on them somewhere, haven't they?
Yes.
And that's how they knew the other year that was Bottas had got the wrong tyre on.
Yeah, I remember that one.
He'd got one of Lewis's tyres
Yeah.
on.
And 2 seconds. Will Buxton is with Pietro Fittipaldi.
Alex, welcome down here to turn 2 with Haas reserve driver. I'm sorry, Pietro Fittipaldi. Pietro, before we start talking about what we're seeing out on track, let's get the hard bit out of the way first. I know there are going to be fans of yours around the world who'll be so disappointed for you, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the team made the decision to take Kevin on for the season. I spoke to Gunther. Gunther called me on Monday, to let me know. He said there was 2 candidates. It was between me and Kevin. At the end, they needed someone with experience in the car, just because they had a difficult last year and they didn't want another rookie. But I told him, I said I respect the team's decision. It doesn't change my commitment to the team, but I know our potential, and I think the team knows that as well. And every time I was in the car, we're very competitive. And I know the potential of having another, Brazilian American in Formula One. I think it was really, huge. And I know that for the future as well. So the only thing I can do is keep working harder, even harder. And that's what I'm going to do. The team gave me a great opportunity to test the car on Thursday. First time in this car, which is very valuable time. And it was a great test. And yeah, all I'm going to do now is just keep pushing harder.
One of only 21 people in the world to have driven one of these cars now, Pietro. What's it like?
It's I didn't think about that. It's pretty cool. Wow. It was amazing. Obviously, it's a Formula One car, so it's very fast, but it's very different to last year's car. The car is a lot more on the nose, so a lot more oversteer on the entry of the corners. The rear end of the car is always trying to slide out as you turn in. Everything happens a little bit slower. Like if you have like a front slide or a rear slide, the motions are a little bit slower. So I think you can feel the weight of the car. You can feel kind of a bit less downforce in the slower speed corners. But in the high speed, it's still very fast. So I think that the biggest difference is in the slower, medium speed corners where the car feels a little bit more sluggish. But saying that, I mean, it's still a Formula One car, still very fast.
And I know we were just coming down here, down to turn 1 and 2, talking about the potential that exists for Haas this year, the feeling within the team that you've got a good car in them.
Yeah, we have a very good car. I mean, it's testing, so you never want to, read so much into testing, but I think we have a very good car. When I tested on Thursday, we were on hard compounds doing race runs, and we're like, okay, I mean, it's looking good. And then Kevin went in the car, and it was looking good too. Then he did like a soft tire run yesterday. It was a very fast time, and then today again, and I'm mixing the car, so we're like, all right, like definitely a big step up from last year. We're in the mix now, because like you go out and you do a long run, and you're like, you look at other people's times, you're like, all right, like we're there, or even quicker. Then you do a quali simulation, and you see that you go in the timetable, you go all the way up now. Before we would do like a quali sim, and you'd maybe gain a place. Now you gain like 10, so it's a lot better.
Very cool, very cool. Obviously the difference for the guys coming from Barcelona to here, I know you've only had experience on this track. A lot of the drivers saying they're finding it much harder around this circuit. Higher temperatures, big gusts of wind around here. Also a really kind of scratchy surface on the track, far rougher than they experienced on the smoothness at Bahrain. But how tough is this track in these conditions, in these cars?
Yeah, I think it's even harder, this track, for this car because of the slow speed corners. So, breaking into one, then the transition out of turn 1 and 2, you get that combined traction, so you're turning and trying to throttle out of the corner. The car's always trying to slide out. Then you have that middle section of turn 8 and turn 10 where you're turning and braking, and that's where you start getting a lot of front locking. You get rear locking too, so a lot of guys sliding before the entry of the corner. And that's what makes it really difficult, especially with this car. But in terms of tire degradation, I think it's better than the previous years, especially with this new tire, because I don't think you get that much degradation. It's more consistent. I think for the racing, that'll be better.
How's the visibility?
Yeah, so initially when I jumped in the car, I felt like I was low because like the chassis from last year's car was pretty flat in front of you. This year, if you look at it, I think maybe, I don't know if it's all the cars, but Haas car, the chassis goes like this and then it goes up.
Okay, so a little hump.
Yeah, so you lose a little bit of visibility there. And then you have those like fins on top of the tire, which you lose a little bit too, but it's just like when they put the halo on. When you're in the car, it looks like you get a little bit like annoyed by it, but once you do a lap, you don't even like think about it.
You were talking about turn 10. It's always been a hot spot. It's always been a difficult part of this track, but especially so this year. Every driver, every team really struggling, no matter the day, no matter the tire, no matter the time of day, no matter the weather conditions. Why is that corner, why is that sort of set of circumstances into there so difficult in these cars?
Because this car, obviously, it's a little bit heavier. It's more sluggish in the slower speed corners. That's a slow speed corner. This tire as well, like combined traction and combined load. So like if you're braking with a steering input, or if you're throttling with steering input, it's going to be more difficult, because I think that's a bit of this new tire characteristic. So that corner, you're coming into it turning and in a heavy braking zone. So you're always trying to push the limit, but once you have wheel on with this new tire and this, you know, heavier car, it's going to be much easier to you know, go over the limit and end up blocking or the fronts or the rears.
Why don't we have a little look at some of the cars going around track? I say that as we have a completely clear track. Slight headwind coming down the straight as it is at the moment. The wind seemingly constantly changing over the last couple of days here, from a tailwind on the straight to a headwind. The Alfa Romeo, a lot of people looking at this car thinking it's not looking too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it looks nice, the car. We'll see how quick it is next weekend in Bahrain. It's hard to tell.
It's going to be the same for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got here, so the Alpine.
Yeah, different color scheme. They're changing it up, right?
Not too sketchy on exit for Fernando through there. And the Aston Martin. He's backed out. How easy or difficult are the traction events with the tires, with the new aero regs?
I think obviously it depends what tire you're using, but like in terms of tire degradation, the traction isn't so bad in terms of degradation. But for sure, like all the corners where you have steering input, you're getting a lot more wheel spin than you were before. So you're in second gear, third gear before you're able to plant the throttle. Now you're lighting up the wheel, you know? He backed off.
McLarens look fast out on track. They can't seem to slow the thing down, though. Brake issues for them, and obviously the difficulty with Daniel Ricciardo testing positive for COVID. What are you hearing? What's the talk about McLaren?
Yeah, I think they were having, cooling issues with the brakes.
Yeah.
And because it's a heavy braking, you know, a lot of heavy braking zones here and very hot temperatures, if you can't cool the brakes, I don't know what issue they're having, but if it's something to do with cooling, you're going to have to redesign the brake ducts and everything, and that's a little complicated.
We've just seen the Haas go past, one of the more developed cars that we saw in Barcelona. So much work, obviously, all of last year sacrificed to put it into this year's car. What do you know about the rate of development? Any upgrades already planned for that car? That you can tell us about anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think most teams are going to plan upgrades. Obviously, we're a smaller team, but we made a lot of work on this car, and I think the car definitely is fast. We'll see for sure next weekend. And every track, you know, it's a different characteristic, so some cars might be stronger in other tracks. But I think you'll be seeing by maybe race 8, race 10, that's when a lot of the teams are going to start having upgrades. I think that's kind of, I don't know exactly for Haas, but that's what I'm envisioning in my head. A lot of the teams will have upgrades by then. So you might see 1 or 2 teams, especially in the first couple races, having an advantage. And then it'll all start kind of getting a bit closer as the season goes on, because everybody starts working on the car, and then that gap reduces.
Nice. I know we don't have you for too much longer, so Alex, I'm going to throw it back to you and Jolyon in the box. We're going to make our way over to turn 10, that really tricky corner, of course, that we've been seeing throughout the week, and that Pietro mentioned then. Just have a little look at how the cars are bearing with that on the final day of testing.
Thanks, guys. And Megan.
You haven't changed the stick, have you?
No.
Good,
it's all clear and it's just in front of the television as normal. Megan, you briefly saw for a second, but she wasn't needed in the end. I took that opportunity when Will was talking to Pietro to go and get the stick ready for the next part of the test recording.
I was saying to you before you went,
yes,
that, you know, his brother is actually back this year after his injuries from last year. So,
after Saudi Arabia race 2,
yeah.
Well, the feature race. I forgot it was 3 races last year, wasn't it? For F2 and F3, it was the feature race.
He's always there watching his brother. I know he's the reserve driver, which allows him to go to places that other people can't.
Yes.
But he's always there. But I think he's ready to race, actually. He's got the physique now.
I think he should be.
You know, he's got the strength. His neck muscles look fine, look enough. And in the especially Thursday when he was out, wasn't he?
Yes. Day one, yeah,
He
whole
didn't
day.
look out of place at all, did he?
No. And I really think he should have been given a fair shot.
There's not enough spaces in Formula One. When they go to 22 cars, and him being an American-based driver,
I think, yeah, he'll be in the seat.
He will probably be in Andretti's team.
I really hope Andretti come in quicker, because otherwise they'll just let him go. They'll miss him too much. So they've got to come in quite quick. And I know they're also doing the F2 and F3
I know
teams.
they're putting a lot of money and a lot of development into their car.
Yeah.
They're not just getting one off the shelf, because that's what you do in Indy.
Yeah, they've properly
You've got either a choice in Indy. You can buy one off the shelf from Chevrolet or from Honda, or you can develop your own car. But virtually everybody uses a Honda or a Chevy engine, don't they?
Yes, Honda and Chevy, the two engines.
Is it L'Oreal who make most of the bodies in IndyCar?
So, say again?
Is it L'Oreal or something begin with L make most of the bodies in IndyCar?
D. It's Delara.
Delara, that's it.
Yeah, L'Oreal's their hair product. It's Delara. That's the engine builders. There's Carlos Sainz's car. It's Charles Leclerc this afternoon, isn't it? Of course, 16. Yeah, Charles Leclerc. This afternoon, the Ferrari gets pushed down, and they're just kicking it into shape. I've never seen that. They just kicked the crane. And
this
that
is what I said
dropped.
about the sophistication of Formula One. It's not there. Quick, kick it. Joshua's way, if an electronic thing isn't working, isn't just to turn it off and turn it on again, like a lot of people. They just hit it first.
And it works. You've got to admit, sometimes it loads. This morning, our stream froze because of 13 versions, so I just banged the top of the computer and it loaded. Sometimes, honestly, like the fan gets stuck or the CPU gets stuck. And honestly, a good whack on the top just works.
Yeah, but there is no fan on the telly.
Not on the telly, no. On the telly, I could drop kick that TiVo machine at this rate. I'm spinning round here. I can't stop swinging. There we go. I'm drop kicking that. As soon as literally.
Sometimes I open my mouth and I get you down an alleyway that I think I shouldn't have let him go down there.
Do we have to return the Virgin Media equipment to them?
Oh yeah, if we stop using Virgin Media, yeah.
So we can't say take a hammer to the bloody Wi-Fi box when we have to send it back.
Language, Timothy.
No, seriously, because I've been looking forward to it. Please tell me I can take the hammer to the Wi-Fi box when it's time to replace it.
No.
Damn.
No, they'll want it back.
That's really annoying because honestly, it's a pain in my life.
One of the drop-off points, don't you? And they in a box, and the box the new one comes in.
Yes. Don't worry, it may be ticking, but it's all okay. It won't go off anyway because it never worked in the first place.
What didn't?
The Wi-Fi. So the thing I put in the package will never go off, will it? Honestly, I cannot stand Virgin Media's Wi-Fi at the moment. It's driving me up the wall. Literally as well at some point. And you think, how is it driving me up the wall? Well, it literally drives me up the bloody wall.
You can actually drive up the wall and onto the ceiling if you had a curve.
Oh.
You know, like one of these curved tunnels on a Formula One car. There's that much downforce. You can actually drive up and onto the ceiling.
Sam Collins in the pit lane for Ferrari.
Significant setup work. Those special things that are attached to each wheel, that's the laser wheel alignment system that each team uses. Each team has a slightly different version. Some teams just use string. It's actually more reliable sometimes than more expensive systems. And so the team are just checking the car's alignment. More interestingly, though, is this tripod device at the front. It's been supplied by a company in England called Hexagon Metrology. I know that because it's written on it. And it's a Leica Geosystems laser scanner. Now, you'll see every single team in the pit lane using these a lot more this season because the way the FIA is doing its legality checks is more reliant on laser scanning than the traditional way of measuring boxes and checking if this is 300 millimeters long and has a single continuous surface. Instead, they take a CAD design of the regulatory surfaces, get a laser scanner, and then scan the cars to check that everything's legal. I was talking earlier to Nicholas Tombatsis of the FIA, and he was telling me they're hoping to scan every single car at every single Grand Prix to a greater or lesser extent. But Ferrari are not the only team that we haven't seen out on track. Let's go down a few garages, Ed, because there is some movement down at the Red Bull garage. And Red Bull have been working quite hard on getting the car ready. And I think what we're about to see may be another set of updates on this car that's already been updated once today I think we may be about to see a few more. There's a few photographers gathered because the covers have just been pulled back, but there was a lot of work going on the car earlier on, and I'm now just coming on. We've seen the tyres getting ready for it, so they're getting ready to come out on track, and let's just see if we can see anything particularly obviously new on this car. Max Verstappen is new on that car. It was Sergio Perez earlier on, so it may be the team were just making the changes for Max Verstappen to be able to take on this updated Red Bull RB18. He'll be joining the track soon. Let's see what he can do with it. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam. And I like how they're actually learning how to do the world feed because they've realised that there are other commentators, not just Alex or Croft or anything. So they've started saying back up to the commentary box to separate them because that is very much needed.
Just been looking at Jess in a bucket hat.
Yeah, we mentioned that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Maybe going on sale.
Oh, that'd be good if it is.
Bucket hats are quite in with the kids.
I don't know why. Yeah, well, Lando's wearing one. He was wearing a Valentino Rossi one. Do you remember? Last year or the year before?
Yeah.
Or was it 2019? I can't remember. God, it was so long ago now when Valley was there. And of course, Daniel Ricciardo actually said in a tweet yesterday, I'll buy the boys some beer for their work, and in brackets, Lando milk.
Yeah,
some milk.
Are we still having all this fuss about the way the 44 is?
Twitter
Because-
have died down ever since I sent a text saying that, because somebody said to me, you can't copyright a colour, you can't copyright a number. And I sent them a very detailed law paragraph and an attachment to an email saying, yes, you can.
We had it in MotoGP,
Yeah.
where a driver from the past style of number was placed on the bike.
Yeah.
You can imitate someone else as long as they let you.
Yeah.
And Lewis and Valley are real good friends.
Yeah, they really are. It's
Yeah,
not them too, that's the problem.
And
Yeah.
Lewis has gone on record and saying, look, what is the real load of fuss? He knows about it.
Yeah.
And anyway, he knows why it's on there like that.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
tribute
yeah.
to the fact that he's retired.
Yeah. But the only thing is that it's nothing to do with Lewis or Valentino personally. It's to do with the fact if that's permanent for the season, then Mercedes and Rossi's lawyers who run his merchandising company will 100% be on them saying, sorry, but you've got to change that because if you're selling merchandise, we're selling it the same and you've basically copied our logo. Fine, you can use it on the car, but don't sell merchandise with it. We've got that trademark copyright.
I think it's only for this test, actually.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's only for this test as well.
From what Lewis is going on and on.
I much preferred the design they did the previous day where it was black interior with
Let's
the
have a close-up
valet
of
yellow
Christian's
outside.
hair. If you look at close-up of Christian's hair, he's tried to actually cut the grey bits out.
Yeah, just a bit, isn't he? Right, time's going on the board.
Looks like his missus has got one of those things that Natalie's kids use. And goes zoom,
the
zoom.
shavers, yeah. Albon's done a 1:35.411, so he's gone 8th fastest at the moment, as you can see SHT saying in the group
For
chat
those
as
of you
well.
who don't know, Natalie, when Danny Rick had that revolutionary style haircut, it was actually done by Natalie's little kids when he was asleep on their sofa. Wasn't it?
So again, so yes, Wilf did it.
Wilf. Yeah, and there's great pictures. Natalie's husband filmed Natalie sat on the floor of the kitchen, crying her eyes out.
Pregnant with Willow.
Yeah.
I think it was Megan's walking somewhere, coming through. There he is. Yeah.
Because of what Wilf had done. Danny Rick got her back by about a year later at Monaco. He
Pushed her in the pool, didn't he?
he picked her up and then jumped in with her.
Oh, yeah. Right, we're going to let you go, Dad, because we've got more people coming into the commentary box, and perfect timing because someone's trackside with Fittipaldi and Buxton. Thanks, Dad. See you later.
Here we go. There is the Red Bull just sweeping through behind us into that very, very tricky turn 10. It's amazing when you come down here and you look at it with the naked eye. It is a total 180-degree change of direction, but it's not a simple hairpin. And as you were saying, as we sort of walk down here, what we see from this side and what you see from the naked eye even walking the track is so very different to what you experience when you're in the car.
Yeah, I've never been here on the outside of the track looking in, because it does look very different, like the curvature of the corner. When you're driving, it doesn't seem that long, the corner. It's almost like when you're going from turn 9 to turn 10, you can almost kind of just point the car and brake straight and then make it to turn 10. But here, the corner looks a lot longer. So I think that kind of shows the speeds we're doing. We're going so quick that that long corner is something that happens in like within a second or something. So yeah, pretty crazy. But obviously that's why we're, you always see the cars having difficulty here is locking up and stuff, because you have a tight corner, turn 9, you're going in there flat out, and in the middle of going flat out with steering, you're having to apply 100 bar of brakes to make the corner. So yeah, still heavy braking zone and pretty heavy steering at the same time.
So is that it? Is that the trick with that corner then? Is you pick your points, you turn it in, you aim for the apex, punch it, and then just straight on the brakes as you're in that one direction that you've hit on the sort of imaginary apex?
Yeah, so out of turn 8, obviously you exit to the left, then you start making your way to the right. Then there's like an outside curve that you can see over there just before turn 9. You use that as a reference just before, you can see it start ending the outside curve. You turn towards the corner of turn 9 and you leave probably about 2 car lanes to the apex. And that's just enough room that when you start braking in the middle of 9, you'll just end up on the outside curve before turn 10. And you try doing that just to open up the corner. There's different lines too. Some guys can run a bit tighter in 9, because what happens if you run tighter in 9, you can point the car earlier, and in the initial braking phase, you'll have your steering wheel straighter, which that's a gain, but then you will be less angled towards the corner, so you're gonna have to make more of a corner. So everything has a compromise, but most of the lines here, you tend to run as wide as possible to open up the corner of 10. But if your car rotates well, you can kind of do that tighter line and brake a bit later.
Fascinating. Let's have a look
Russell's
at some of the
gone
cars coming
7th.
through, see what lines they are actually running. Since we've been standing down here, we've been talking about locking up into this corner. We haven't seen a single one. Everybody's seemingly on top of it now. The wind is nowhere near as breezy, as heavy as it's been for the last 2 days, I don't think, down here.
Yeah, it's a lot less, and also like the air is cooler. I think today was the best sort of day that there has been in terms of track conditions, because the other day was a lot hotter, a lot gustier, and sandier too.
Yes. Yeah, you could really feel the grit in the air.
I mean,
yesterday.
I can feel it breathing. You get it in the back of your throat, but you see it. You don't see it when you're driving, but when you get out of pit lane, you see the cars coming out of the box, and you see like dust coming out, and that happens the same on track. It's as if it's raining, but it's not rain, it's sand, and you end up losing grip.
Amazing, amazing. We've just seen the Alpine go through, looking kind of tidy there. Through 10, we've got the Alpha Tauri coming through now, seemingly on a slow lap. Both these guys on a slow lap.
Yeah, very tight line. Obviously, he's going slow, but Mercedes was on a more typical line. They're both going slow. But you can see the differences in line already, but it's just an outlap, But it's good.
And the car's really using this opportunity as well on their long runs to just get behind each other, really experience what it's going to be like following another car in this modern era.
Yeah, I was able to get, I think, 2 laps behind a Williams. I don't know who was driving it. And we were, I think, maybe on better tires, something we were catching them. And it feels good, but it's hard to tell because you never know what tire the other guy's on, how much fuel they have on the car. So it's obviously if you're in much better conditions in terms of tire and fuel, you're gonna feel like you're able to follow really closely. So I think we're only able to tell if the dirty air improved in the first race.
There's the Aston going through. No one's on really a push lap.
No, that's pretty slow. Yeah.
Sorry about this, guys. We promised you to be able to tell you who was coming down here and who was pulling those lines, and we've got none of it at the moment because everyone's backing off, and they probably will pull into the pits right now and leave us with no one out on track. Here we go. It's Fernando pushing.
He's not at the moment, and here comes
pushing so
Verstappen, not going so hard into that part of the track, which is always interesting.
It is interesting. It does feel quite slow down through this corner, even for Fernando, who was on a bit of a push lap there. Is that how slow it feels in the car, or is it sort of demonstrably slower this year because of the new cars?
Well, it's a difficult corner because even when you're like on new tires and stuff, you're always trying to push the braking. And it's like the corner where if you push the braking a little bit too much, as soon as you lock the front tire, like the chance of you missing the corner and ruining your lap is high. So this is like the corner where it's like instead of trying to push harder here, let's try to like make it as clean as possible, because here sometimes overdriving is not very good. There's other corners where you can, but here as soon as you overdrive, you lock up, you run wide on the exit curb, and then you lose like half a second.
So it's better to hold it back, better to keep something back
It's better
than
to
ruin
like
the whole
roll
lap.
more speed into the corner instead, because like when you go on new tires, you're always trying to gain an advantage. And here, instead of braking later, maybe it's better to brake a little bit softer and roll more speed into the corner and find time that way, instead of trying to hit the brake harder and brake later, because the chances of you going wide is it's pretty high.
Well, guys, no lockups. Everybody pretty perfect.
Third day of testing, I think they're more used to the cars and everything.
Exactly. Nothing much to report other than that. We'll throw it back to you in the box from me and Pietro. Guys, that's it. Side of track.
Thank you very much to Will Buxton and Pietro Fittipaldi. He's over there. Joining me now in the commentary box, I'm delighted to say, is Synthol. Hello, Synthol. Can you hear me? Hello. Sorry that I can't share the stream. It's really annoying because Virgin Media seems to have blocked it somehow, because it worked on day one and it's not working day two. Hello, can you hear me?
Well, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Well, and I have to, charge my laptop real quick so I can see the pictures as well.
No worries. We'll just talk quickly and I'll show you what I'll tell anything that's happening as well. How have you been? I must just begin with this saying I'm so sorry you had to go to school on a Saturday. That's insane.
It's incredible. And also I haven't been able to follow anything as like it started on 8:30, so that's like 30 minutes after the testing started. So, and we were not allowed to have any electrical devices with us, not even throughout the break. So I haven't been able to follow anything. So
Wow.
maybe if you can give a quick summary of what happened.
I will. Right, this morning, Red Bull came out with a brand new floor as well. It's a lot tighter, it's a lot smoother as well, and it tucks the airflow up nicely as well. It's completely changed the aerodynamic look of the car as well. Perez immediately went quickest with it as well, a 133.105. He did that tyre on the C3s. Now he's given it over to Verstappen. He's currently P6 on a 135.075. Guan Yu Zhou, the big surprise of the morning as well. He's second fastest. He's given the car over to Bottas this afternoon. Bottas struggling in 17th, but Guan Yu Zhou as well having a fantastic day so far. And really, Alpha looking stronger for the first time in this test. Mercedes are genuinely worried that they've made an error with the car. They are not performing. Russell's 7th. He's given the car... he's out of the track now. Hamilton is only 13th. He's not running this afternoon, but he said in a press conference that... he knows that the car has pace, but they don't know if the team can find it. And right now, he's even saying that they're not even sure if they can be competing for wins, let alone the championship. Is that true? Well, we don't know. We'll find out in a week's time, probably when Hamilton takes pole. Ferrari, 16th for Leclerc this morning. As well. Sainz was 5th this morning in the car. Leclerc's doing some longer runs this afternoon. He's currently down in 16th, and he's out on the track again. Vettel is looking strong in the Aston Martin. We're just seeing him now. He's P3 on the board. Gasly again looking quick for AlphaTauri as well. Alpine getting some long and needed runs in as well. And Haas also looks strong compared to what they were last year. We calculated Magnussen in this morning's session was 4/10 faster than Mazepin's time last year. And considering that all of the F1 cars are now 2 seconds slower, and Haas is sending round about the same lap times, that means that Haas's car is 2 seconds faster than what it was last year, which is impressive beyond belief. So Haas genuinely look quick and could slot into the midfield. And Albon and Williams are just testing some new flooring parts as well. And we're into the race simulation runs before we get into the glory runs later on today. That's a complete summary for you there.
Oh, thank you. That's incredible. Magnussen first in the testing yesterday. It's incredible.
And we had a standing start.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Gasly started on pole. Perez started second. Stroll started third. Guan Yu Zhou started fourth. the 5 red lights came on and the lights went out and they had a little race down towards turn 1. And Perez and Gasly properly went for it all the way up to turn 4, testing out the new aero packages as well to see if they can closely follow. And they can. Jess was on with the commentary then as well. And it was a proper 5 lights out, away we go stuff. So it was brilliant to see. So you'll have to dig that clip out and have a look on F1 TV when you get around to it.
I will. So nothing happened, like any spins or crashes. Was it pretty calm in that?
Yeah, no spins, no red flags or anything. It was apart from the red flag test that came 15 minutes to go. It was a smooth morning. In fact, it went incredibly quickly this morning. And now this afternoon as well looks to be pretty much the same. No one stopped on the track. No one's bringing out the red flags. But we're anticipating the teams are now doing their race runs, which means that they're going to run these cars out of fuel to see how long they can realistically go. Like what the
So how long is there to go with you now? Like exactly on the second? So I can check
We
how
have
long.
2 hours, 47 minutes, and 20 seconds now.
Yeah, well, they're not showing the live pictures now.
Oh.
I know. No. Well, on my phone, F1 TV, it's 20 seconds behind, so...
20 seconds is exactly what Jess was working on as well as Tom, so 20 seconds is manageable because nothing's happening that big in testing anyway. If it was the race, it would be a problem. 20 seconds back is quite manageable as well.
Yeah.
So, this afternoon's running, yeah, you haven't missed that much, to be fair, bar, I think, the standing start. That's all really you've got to go back and catch up on. Everything else is pretty much around about the same situation. So, yeah, it's all going well there. And everybody was tweeting me saying, why does your screen look so weird? As you can see, because we had a backup plan for when there was guests on that were just voice only. At the bottom of the screen, there would be a voice of on the stream. So we think ahead. We think ahead as well. And it took me 2 days to set these graphics up, and now I've got to set them all up again for Bahrain in a completely different situation. We've got some chats coming through. Guess what? I have a third screen now, says Josh Plays. A third screen? Well, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens. But 3 screens is amazing, actually.
We'll show off. I've got 3.
Oh, you got 3 too? Well, I've got 1 for computer, 1 for laptop, 1 for TweetDeck and Discord, 1 iPad with the times, 1 timing monitor, and the world feed.
Well, there's already something annoying with the VIA Play now because they're discussing or something, but they're not showing the live pictures. It's really annoying because I just want to watch. I want to watch the one. I mean, they're just talking now, and
are they
really
trackside?
Sorry?
Where are they at the moment? Because we're watching Charles Leclerc going around.
Yeah, well, I can see the studio now from them, and it's just them talking. I mean, not showing anything.
Is that on F1 TV?
No, that's on VIA Play.
Oh, right, okay. That's weird, they're not showing any track things.
And now they're showing an interview with Verstappen.
Oh, well, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
You're not missing much. Everyone's just doing longer race runs. Leclerc's come down the pits and back into the garage now as well. Bottas, Vettel, Alonso and Schumacher out there now. So what have you seen of the test so far? What's been your biggest surprise, do you reckon, from thinking, oh, this is interesting?
Well, Magnussen getting up to P1. Obviously, I think that's the biggest surprise so far. I mean, to be honest, 2 years ago, 2020, I think also Kubica was first in a test day. So it doesn't really say that much, but it's still, pretty surprising.
Yeah, it's not surprising to see he's fast, and it was on cooling track temperatures as well, which is not really representative enough, but hopefully we can see some genuine performance from Haas over this 23 race calendar. Well, 22 at the moment. We're trying to find out what the 23rd race is going to be, which will be round 15 of the season. Vettel.
I hope Malaysia.
I hope Malaysia. A Malaysia night race would be insane, wouldn't it?
That would be really sick.
Oh,
I mean, I always love night races, of course. And Malaysia, that was always in the day, right? So that would be a new thing.
Yes, yeah, and it brings a lot of excitement to it as well. As Bottas went a bit too deep into turn 8 as well, and just not really locking up that much, but just having a few issues out there. As Ruth Bus come on the pit wall there, watching on. Working out everything as well with the team. And we now watch Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin head towards turn number 4 on the track. The wing actually is raised massively above the floor nowadays as well. With it being a ground effect car, the floor does all of the work as well as a rear diffuser used to. It's now been pushed to the front. But I think the car that's got it right the most, I think, would be Ferrari, to be fair, with how much they've been impressing. Cynthia, do you reckon Ferrari's pace is genuine? I mean, they've always been at the top of the timesheets in the practice sessions so far. I mean, the test sessions.
I mean, to be honest, I really think they do have a chance this season to get, maybe for the championship. And if they have a good car and really are able to fight for the championship, I think within the team it will be very interesting too. Because I think last year, was it 5.5 points or something between Leclerc and Sakhir?
Yes, yeah, at the end of it, yeah.
That would be, another Mercedes battle from 2016, but now it's Ferrari.
Final race of the year, both of them going down to the wire. That would be fantastic.
But preferably, of course, multiple teams being able to fight for the championship.
Wow! For the first time, I'm just seeing the underside of the Aston Martin because the sunlight was on the underfloor of the car, so we got a brilliant look at all of the turning vanes as well, and looks very exciting. I can't wait to see how that's going to work out. Ideally, we don't want it to happen, obviously, but I can't wait until eventually one of these cars rolls over and we can actually take a look at the underside of the floor. Because that would be a technological dream, because the old ones were so boring as well. They're just literally the barge board and that was it. But these ones, they've got, it's like the Batmobile. It's all sorts of aerodynamic pieces underneath it as it turns into ground effects. It's the maximum performance of an aeroplane upside down.
Have you seen a lot of porpoising so far this session?
Actually, we've seen a bit of it from Aston Martin and from Alfa Romeo and a little bit from McLaren, but actually it looks like everyone's got on top of it. I don't know if they're running the cars higher for that reason, but it looks to be okay.
From what I've seen yesterday, I saw the Alpha Tauri, which was incredibly much. That was insane how much he was shaking there. So, but that problem has seemed to be a bit fixed.
Just a little bit, I reckon. I reckon they're lifting the cars up a bit more to see, but I reckon by the time we go around to the race next weekend, it'll either be completely fixed or it'll be back again as the teams run the cars as low as possible to the ground.
We might see some differences in that as well, that we can see some teams having a lot of porpoising and some less.
I think Mercedes will have more, to be fair. They seem to be the most dramatic over the entire test. We saw it back in Barcelona as well as Bahrain. The two differences.
Yeah, I saw the purposing on that car too. I think that I already thought that was the most. They obviously saw that Alpha Tauri, but that could be interesting. But can it be also a problem? It obviously seems to be a problem for the drivers. It's going to be, it's not going to be very nice driving for with purposing that whole race. But could it also be reliability-wise an issue? Maybe that it will break the car because of the
I wonder how long it'll take until something breaks off the car due to porpoising, like could shake loose part of the gearbox mechanism or something, or the engine comes loose because of it. The drivers are being effectively punched on the top of the head repeatedly because it's up and down, up and down, up and down. So they're getting, they're getting, what was it, punched on the head and punched up the backside. And I know a few of them could do with a punch up the backside, but it's not really a great idea, is it? Maybe a kick up the backside, that's what it is, isn't it? Not a punch.
Could be difficult to see where your breaking point is when shaking all over the place.
Yeah, and Rachel Brooks is down with Andrea Seidel.
Is it as we stand here in this final afternoon?
The test definitely didn't go to plan. We had an unexpected, let's say, problem on the front axle with the brakes, which limited our running quite a bit. Especially when it came to long runs, so it puts us definitely a bit on the back foot. Still, I think there was still a lot of positive runs we could do as well. We still could work on the car to extract more performance from it. We still could bring further upgrades to the car as well, so that was positive, but definitely. Unfortunately, we had this issue, we simply were up against time in order to bring upgrades to the car to solve the issue, which we could do to a certain degree, but not to the full extent. And now yeah, simply hope that with the upgrades we get then for next week, that the problem is finally solved and we can try to come back.
Is it right then you had some new brake ducts today? Are they not working as well as you'd like?
We made steps, but due to the time constraints we had, we could only do limited changes. Also with the great support we had from home, so it allowed us actually to do some longer runs again today in the morning. We're trying to get some further runs in today in the afternoon. But let's say the real solution will only be available for next week.
When we've been out on track looking at it, I've been with that with Anthony Davidson as well. It looks really stable. It looks one of the best cars in that sense out on track. Is there positives there? I'm trying to help you with all the positives from this week.
No, definitely. I mean, we left Barcelona after a really positive test. I think also what we have seen here so far from the car, when we did the runs we could do, I think we definitely have a very healthy platform going into this new era of Formula One. But of course, unfortunately, we missed to tick a lot of boxes now in this in these 3 days because of the limited running we could do. So, yeah, definitely not fully happy. In terms of pecking order, I think it's still too early or too difficult to say really where everyone is. Some cars look really strong since Barcelona already, like the red Ferrari, some other teams as well. So, main thing is at the moment just focus on ourselves, get this problem sorted, and then see where we are next week.
When you say bringing some more updates as well, so it's not a fundamental design issue. You think there is a solution to this? It's just the tiny increments, I guess, until you get there.
Yeah, absolutely. In the end, with the track layout here and with the high temperatures, it's just not enough what we had. So and also not enough in terms of time to get the new parts here to the track. That's why we simply have to wait now for next week, but I'm very confident that we can solve that issue and then speak more about performance again.
Lewis Hamilton said in the press conference that he thinks Ferrari and Red Bull are up there, and they're around where you are right now. You could even be ahead of them.
Yeah, again, I don't give too much on all the different comments that are around at the moment. I'm sure Mercedes knows exactly what they're doing, and they will be there next week, no doubt. Again, it's difficult to say where we really are. I think until quali 2 next week during the race weekend we will not know where everyone is.
Just finally, if I can get a word on Daniel as well. Really tough for him to miss all 3 days of this running. I understand he's keeping in touch with Lando to find out what's going on, but does that mean you take a certain direction with the car if you're not getting his feedback as well, or are you able to set it up so that it's going to be hopefully the best it can for both?
Yeah, I don't think that this is an issue because also with what we have seen last year, in the end the comments we got from both drivers in terms of how to get the maximum out of the package we had was not really different. Daniel felt quite comfortable in the car during all three, or during the days he was running in Barcelona as well. Of course, it's not ideal when you only have, let's say, 3 days of testing per driver preparing a season with completely new cars. If you miss the second half of it, so not ideal, but at the same time, with the experience Daniel is having, with the experience we are having, with the help of Lando as well, I'm sure Daniel is still up for a good start into this new era of Formula One.
Well, we know he'll be itching to get in the car next weekend. Wait, Andreas, good to see you still smiling, and thanks very much for joining us. Hope the rest of the afternoon's running goes well for you. Cheers. Thanks very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Synthol, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Can you see the screen?
I can see the screen. Yes, this is great. I can...
Hey!
Yeah.
Literally, while that interview was on, I thought, hang on, I could use my phone on the Discord camera, because you're not actually on camera, and share and just point it at my monitor. I'm so happy that worked. But hang on, I might get it more...
Yeah, this is working.
Yeah, I might just get it more thingy for you. There you are. And I'll just stand at the side. If you can see that, that's perfect. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Hey.
Well... Finally, at Viaplay, they're now showing the screen as well, and it's now 10 seconds behind, but now I can see it live with you as well.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I suppose we'll just keep it like that, because then I know you can't see me, but rather see the screen then, and you can just hear me. There's Charles Leclerc, 1:37.088 then on the board as well, so you're joining us as well. Sonoda goes 10th fastest behind Alonso with a 1:35.353, says SHT as well. All on the board. And Josh Plays, I can guarantee you right now, is thinking to himself, I wish he could have thought that earlier when he had to do his hour. Sorry about that, Josh. I just thought of it. And Jess, actually, probably as well, is thinking. And Tom, Dylan, actually, the same. I apologise to all my guests who haven't been able to think of that. I've just thought of it in the last 2.5 hours when you've joined, Synthol. But at the moment, Leclerc is looking good. What do you think of that Ferrari then as well? I know it looks the most Ferrari I think I've ever seen a car looking. I said this yesterday, but it does look gorgeous, doesn't it?
It looks very good. It looks very good. And I think with this new design, it looks so good. These new cars. I think they just look faster. I think they look a lot cooler than last year's and before. It's just...
They do look amazing. And finally, we've got some proper cars back after years of them looking a bit too awkward, a bit too not really Formula One. These cars do look proper Formula One, and it's really nice to see engineering brilliance. People who say Mercedes are talking ourselves down are in for a surprise, says Lewis Hamilton. Oh, so that's just coming in from race fans. As you can see now, if I press button 4, that comment at the top of the screen. Do you believe that, Synthol? Do you believe they're sandbagging a little bit, or Mercedes really in trouble? Because Lewis is kind of saying we really are in trouble, but he says that every year.
Well, we really don't know. I mean, I don't think they got that big of a problem. I mean, it's Mercedes. They will solve it anyways. But it maybe will hurt them at the start of the season, just like happened last year. Basically, that at the end of the season they started to get faster and faster. They're close to Red Bull, and maybe it's happened this year as well. But if it might be possible, they have even a bigger problem now.
Do you think Verstappen is going to take the championship again this year then already, or is it just way too early to tell with the new rules?
You think you sorry? I hear you a bit softer now.
Yeah, sorry. Do you think Verstappen is going to take the title already, or is it too early in the season to tell?
Well, it's obviously way too early to tell. I mean, it might not even be a Red Bull or a Mercedes. We got Ferrari who's looking strong. Even McLaren, who's also not doing that slow at all.
You should be able to. You should be able to hear me a lot clearer now, by the way.
Yeah, it's better now.
Fab. I mean, I could have just put this in, but I didn't think in time, which is the iRig microphone segment. I'll fix that later, but I suppose this works for now as well. Yeah, I think this.
Well,
my personal. Go on.
I don't hear you on your mic. If you're standing a bit closer, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I'm standing right next to the tripod now. Every now and then I back away, but I'll stay right close to the tripod.
So why are these? I still really don't know. Why are these things? Over the wheels. You got on the front wheels. You got those.
Oh, the winglets, the air winglets.
Yes.
Yeah, it's part of the FIA mandated them as well. It's to try and reduce the overall drag of the car, so that it takes the air away from the wheels in dirty air. So if you're following another car, it removes the dirty air of the ones in front. It's like when Hamilton is following another car, the dirty air hits the wheels less with the winglets. It's a very complicated. I don't understand it fully. I need Craig Scarborough to talk me through it next week.
I think it looks very sick. I think it looks really cool.
GKP Tech has said it's wheel brows. And SHT says Albon using hards right now. Yep, he's up there, and he is 8th fastest. Well, the McLaren's still in the pits for quite a while. Yeah, so if they are going back out, I'm not sure when. Leclerc goes 13th fastest with a 1:35.697, and GKP Tech says it's wheel brows. I'll go with that. Let's call them wheel brows. The fairings on the front of the car. Several of them don't actually know what they're meant to be called, which is quite fun. And somebody remind me as well to get a message to Virgin Media later about it all. Cutting forward then. Don't worry, I'll keep you for another 15 minutes, and then you can go relax after a very long, hard day as well. So I'm not going to keep you for too long. But this is all getting very, very dramatic at the front. Who's joining me next? I think it's Megan for the afternoon bit. Yeah. And then we've got a solo bit again. I think Josh is coming up there again. Leclerc
You want me to join for the last hour, or it's already full?
We've got Megan and Dad in the last hour, so yeah. So we be on standby there just in case. But I think it'll be all right. Are you available any time next week for a practice session?
Probably I am. I'm not FP1.
Yeah.
Because I'm at school again, but for FP2 and FP3, I'll probably be able to.
Fab.
Yeah,
we'll talk about that during the week and get you on as well for a practice session.
Yeah.
Vettel into the last corner, 10:15, approaching the line. Can he beat Perez's 1:33? That's a no. Can he improve? Yes, he does. Up to third. 1:34.031 on the time. That's excellent there. So presumably, once you're done here, you're going to be updating F1 highlights with all of the highlights really from today and all the news and breaking news.
Hey, Verstappen, purple sector 1.
I was about to say, yeah. That's made everyone eyebrows pop up.
Which tire did Perez set his fastest lap?
C3. So this will be very representative.
Is Verstappen also on the C3? Those mediums?
Looks to be, yeah. C3 mediums.
Okay.
So this will be a right time. Sector 2.
Sector 2.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he's going to get that time for sure.
This is going to be
Half
it
a
then.
second.
Oh, fab. So finally, we're going to have a decent time between the two.
Oh, there's going to be a big gap between the two of them.
We're about to find out. Verstappen exits the last corner, approaches the line, bit of traffic in front of him. Shouldn't matter too much. Across the line comes Verstappen, and it's top. 1:32.645. He's 0.4 of a second quicker than Perez. Wow, 1-2. Julian Palmer just said, hello, Red Bull. Seems to be that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. What's the fastest lap so far of the weekend? Is this the fastest lap?
Yeah, that's the fastest lap of the weekend. 1:32.645. Fastest of the test. And it's on the C3 tyres as well.
I mean, I think with this final day, the times are going to be a little bit more representative as they're starting to push a bit more now for the final day. Still, we don't know, but, you know.
Speaking as a Dutch person as well, are you very, very happy to see Verstappen continuing his championship form from last year?
Absolutely. I really hope he's going to get another one. Although, you know, I think I don't really mind who is going to be champion too much. I'm cheering for Verstappen. I really hope he does win. But if it's going to be a Ferrari, I don't really mind because I am a Ferrari fan myself as well. Also McLaren. To be honest, I'm not a personal fan of Hamilton or Russell or just Mercedes in general because it's been too much. It's been enough. Let's do a new team now.
Yeah, you might like Russell more when he gets started as well.
Yeah, well, he's not bad at all, Russell. I mean, I've always liked him, but you know, I think it was a baby bit over the top reaction after Abu Dhabi as well.
Yes, yeah, I thought that was a bit much. I think he was forced into that a little bit more, but he'll never say that tweet he sent out. Just thinking as well, actually, on that. Verstappen, fastest time, C3s. We're not even into the glory runs yet. We could be seeing 120, well, maybe even a 130 coming up later on when they put on the fastest C5 tyres and go low fuel runs for qualies later. The glory runs with an hour to go, usually. So,
what was the pole lap of last year?
Oh, pole lap from last year. Hang on, I've got that on my iPad, on my laptop. Hang on. 2021. Bahrain. Sorry for seeing my head by any chance, by the way. I've just got to get it up on my notes here in the box. It was a pole position was by Max Verstappen, a 1:28.997. And the race fastest time was a 1:32.090. So keep an eye out for the fastest lap time of the race being more representative.
I think they could get to there next week with quality, possibly.
Oh, completely, yeah. I think in testing, everyone's been surprised about how quick these cars are, and no one knows exactly how quick. The rumour was it would be 2 seconds slower than last year, but from people telling people in the paddock as well, don't believe that. As you just said, Synthel, they'll be through that time in a week. Oh, sorry. They'll be through that time in a week.
Well, maybe they won't be able to beat last year's pole lap here in Bahrain, but in Abu Dhabi when the car fully developed, I think they might get that time, and they're faster than last year's car.
Yeah, because the engines have stayed the same. They're still providing exactly what they have done since 2014, maybe even 2017, the last time they were majorly updated. It's just the aero that's changed, and ground effect is a new concept to many of the team, because none of them would have run it. None of them were around in the 80s that much. Williams, I think, would have had the last one to have run it. McLaren as well has changed hands several times. So it's a bold leap into the unknown that they've got to get used to. As look, Russell is struggling out there. Can you see his head moving as well? The propulsing going on down the straight of Russell as he comes across the line. Look at that bump again. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just lifting off.
Imagine in Kota.
Oh my! On that, look at here it is again. Look, turn 4.
Gonna go wide.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's not going to feel nice at all. Kota's going to be insane. They're going to break the necks at that track.
Yeah, that's going to be insane, though. Those bumps there already, even on the straight, and now with porpoising, it's going to be crazy.
Valtteri Bottas stays out of the pit lane. I thought he was going to dive in, but he's going to do another lap. And does a 138.
Has he been doing long runs?
Say again?
Has he been doing long runs? Or?
He has, I think. His times are just below where mine is. He's on the Pirelli test tire, according to this monitor. So it looks like he's doing some very long runs as things currently stand. As Leclerc is heading out of the pit lane as well. So Russell, Vettel, Bottas, and Alonso heading out on the track. Leclerc has been pushed actually back into the pit lane, so he's not going to take any further running as things currently stand. I'm going to ask you a question now, Synthel. Bold prediction for the season. Which team do you reckon is going to take an unlikely win?
Oh,
it is working off Wi-Fi, so my side might be going there.
Aston Martin.
Aston Martin? Brave.
Yeah.
Yeah, brave call. I asked Jess earlier on, and she said, who did she say? AlphaTauri. She said AlphaTauri would win.
Yeah, that's possible as well.
And you're going for, all right, so we need these down. Somebody start writing these down. Jess said this morning AlphaTauri. Synthel said this afternoon it's going to go to, who did you say? Alpine.
Aston Martin. Not Alpine.
Martin.
I think Alpine are going to maybe do very bad this year.
Right, okay, so, and Synthel said Aston Martin. I'll ask the same question to Josh Plays later on and to Megan Birchney and Birch, and I'll get Ed Hunter as well to do it all. And everyone who's been on it for pre-season testing, I'll get to make a bold claim as well and send it in and get the people who are doing it on here. Red Bull
Alpine has been having a lot of issues, haven't they?
Red Bull or Alpine?
Alpine.
Alpine have had a lot of issues, yeah. The car keeps stopping unexplainedly as well. It happened in Barcelona, and it happened yesterday with Ocon after doing over 100 laps. But so far today, it's been going okay. Alonso has done 86 laps this afternoon so far. All day, really, I should say. But, yeah, it's having problems.
But if Haas really is that fast, then they have a chance. They maybe stay next year. If they're going to do another bad year this season, this is going to be their last year for sure. Vettel going a bit wide.
Lock up for Vettel. I completely agree. If they're not doing well, this will be Haas's last year. Gene Haas, without a title sponsor, he's not going to fork up this money as well for another season. So, yeah, this will be their last year unless they can really get up there and really get some talent behind them. Andretti might buy them out, though. That's always a possibility.
Yeah, probably Andretti.
But where do you put Mick Schumacher? He'll have to go to Alfa Romeo. So who do you get rid of, Bottas or Guan Yu Zhou?
I think Bottas will not have a lot of years anymore left in Formula One.
Yeah, it feels like when Raikkonen went there, doesn't it? He's going to stay for 2 years and then disappear, or even just a year.
Yeah.
Vettel crosses the line after making that lock-up. It cost him 1.9 seconds. He stays in 4th place. So it's Red Bull, Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin, AlphaTauri, Ferrari, and then you get to the first Mercedes, and it's not Lewis Hamilton, it's George Russell.
They were fastest in the session, right? I think maybe the first testing.
No, Mercedes have not set the fastest time, I don't think, across any of the sessions. They might have done it on day 3, I'm not sure. I'll take a look at day 3 quick.
I think they did once in Spain, but I'm not sure.
I've just looked at the chat quick as well because I've got a couple of comments coming through. SHT says, is there any news about Alpine going to make upgrades to the car? Leclerc goes 5th, 134.059. No news about Alpine making changes to the car just yet. Presumably there'll be updates later on. Josh Plays has started noting them down. Jess AlphaTauri, Synthol Aston. I'll make a note in your DMs. Thank you very much. I think Andretti will buy Haas as Josh as well. SHT says, oh no, here we go again with the stream lagging. Oh, oh no, we're not lagging. We're back now. It's lagging my side here for me. It's move and lags again. Yeah, I think the Wi-Fi is having a bit of a paddy today. And it's connected via Ethernet, but every now and then it just fades away. But it's still on. We're still broadcasting. No dropped frames, it shows at the moment. So it's all back up and running, which is great. Did your laptop manage to turn on, by the way? Plugging it in and it worked. From right early on at the start of the show. Oh, can't.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I said, did your laptop turn on? Okay. From earlier on.
Yes, it has. But yeah, it's a bit of a delay, of course. Russell's out on sauce, isn't he? Yeah. Can he get for a push lap now?
Yes. Aha. Yes. Right. Let's go then. Here he is, George Russell, out on the track with soft compound tyres. It's the C4. You can see we've still got the red bandings on the side. And away we go then. This is going to be a glory run for Mercedes. Their first shot as they head down to turn 1. Over 200 miles an hour. Slam on the brakes to a second gear. Right-hander. Clips the apex perfectly. Back on the accelerator. Up to over 120 miles an hour at the exit of turn 3. Rise uphill with the DRS towards the top of the sand dune. At turn 4. Brake. 2 gears. Down. 3rd gear from 5th. Get back on the power. All 4 wheels behind the line. That's okay in this test session. Ride down the sand dunes. Drop down to 5th gear for turn 6 and 7. Then already brake hard down 3rd gear. Synth.
Yeah, 6/10 faster than Verstappen in the first sector. That's quite a big gap. Could be okay for P3, but there's still 2 sectors to go, of course. Here to the tricky turn 10.
I think he snagged the inside wheel.
Not looking up.
Yeah, down the back straight away. DRS open again. What's the second sector's coming through? So it's a green sector 1, not a purple, as you said, a 30.034. So got some room to improve. Here he is in the second sector, Synth.
Yeah, and he's going to be 1.2 seconds slower than Verstappen. Quite a big gap. It's not really... Maybe, I think it maybe has to do with sandbagging, of course, but it's still a soft compound.
This is worrying, because this is a proper push lap. They're not sandbagging. You can see it's full throttle.
Missed the apex a little bit through the final corner. It's going to maybe do around P5, P6 even.
134.223. Okay, now I believe it. Mercedes are in trouble. Wow. They really are in trouble. I believe that was a full power lap and on a C4 tyre, and they can't even get near Verstappen. They're 1.5 seconds off.
That's the big gap.
Yeah, I believe it now. There's a problem, for sure. That's on a soft run as well. Every car in front of Russell has run medium, medium, hard, hard, and Verstappen on the mediums. Wow.
Maybe he's got a lot of fuel with him.
I hope so. I really do. Because otherwise, that's a big, big worry for the season.
He doesn't look like he's going to do long runs now. He's now driving slowly. Not sure why. I mean, if this was really just a glory run, it's not really good, is it?
Yeah. I think he might be saving energy to go for another run. GKP Tech says, could Ferrari be there to pick up the lack of consistency of all the others? I think they will, for sure. Ferrari have been very consistent across these tests. They're always at the top 3 of the championship of the running times. GKP Tech also says, Mercedes and Red Bull could be faster, but I'm not sure if they are going to be consistent. Ferrari might be the most consistent overall. I'd agree with that, don't you, Synth?
That could be possible. That could really be possible. But we really don't know anything about maybe who's got the most reliable car or anything. It can also be Ferrari who's maybe even gonna... You know, we saw it with Leclerc 2019 here on this track. We saw him reliability issues causing him to lose his first victory, which would have been his first victory then.
I was very upset about that when it happened.
Yeah.
Russell's pitting. So he's not even going to do a second lap. He's straight into the pit lane with 2 hours 12 to go of this final test.
Steve Verstappen, Vettel and Bottas are all on his outlap now.
Yep. And Alonso is circulating on a lap time already. 31.
Oh, he's going to do a practice start. So.
That's what he's doing. Okay. So to the end of the pit lane then. And take over, find the buy point find as well. Select first gear, bring it up to about 12,000 revs, drop the clutch, and away. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Okay, launch there, again, minimal wheel spin.
On which tires are Verstappen, Vettel, and Bottas?
Say again?
What tires? Which tires are Vettel and Bottas and Verstappen?
Verstappen is out on medium compound tyre. Vettel is out on soft compound tyre. Alonso's out there on the mediums. And Schumacher's come back into... No, Schumacher's on mediums as well. As
Bottas?
Bottas is out there on mediums, brand new mediums.
All right, so Vettel maybe can do another fast lap now, and then he can maybe see if he can get close to the Red Bulls.
Yeah, time to see what the actual pace is now, these cars. It's sort of we're going into the night now. The lights are about to come on with about 2 hours to go to make sure the track isn't completely dark too late. As this is Fernando Alonso on the C1 tyre compound running off the track.
Just turn 11, is it?
Yes, turn 11.
Yeah, he was already understeering over the curb, and in the moment you go a bit over the curb, he's going to just understeer wide. Verstappen on a fast lap now, maybe, I'm not sure. On the mediums again.
Down to turn 1. Down all the way, second gear. Nice entrance.
I've seen a lot of issues in this corner in turn 2 over the last years.
Compost cam as they come up there as well. That's nice to see. With them, we've got to turn up, unfortunately. To this.
Always a strange experience.
Was Piastri also commentating before? I think I saw.
Yes, he was in the afternoon. Yeah.
But chaps, we are very nearly at the end of the experience, and as we've got
in yellow sector 1, not improving.
Yeah,
maybe he's not going. Maybe he's now going to go for long runs. Not sure. Going through turn 10. We haven't seen a lot of lockup anymore. So they seem to have it fixed now. What the issue was.
Looks to be, yeah. 2 seconds in.
At once. So thank you to everyone, both Biggin Hill and here on site. It is always a pleasure to add words to your pitches. So Max Verstappen is making his way around, and turn 13, it does just look a little bit better dialed in.
Smoother. It's a lot smoother. No doubt about it. They've got the balance into a good window. And they've just been so quiet. They've been so quiet for 5 days, pretty much, Red Bull.
Yeah, they've been... I don't know if you could hear that. Sorry, Synth. Julian Palmer just said that Red Bull have been quiet for 5 days, and now suddenly, in the last 2 hours, they've exploded onto the scene. Seems to be very much the same.
I couldn't hear that now.
Yeah.
Vettel is improving, and third now.
Yeah, 1:33.821. So he goes 1.1
Also,
off.
Russell improving through the first sector, yellow sector 2. He's on another push lap on the same surface he was with his last push lap. P6 at the moment. The gaps are pretty small there, so if he just improves like 2/10,
Yeah, across the line now. Does he
3/10,
improve?
4/10, so he's already into P3. No, he doesn't.
Oh, not even on his own time.
2/10 slower. Verstappen was also 2/10 slower than his fastest lap.
This is beginning to worry me. The fact that Mercedes are so slow. And on board now with Mick Schumacher in the Haas. Finally, we get to see him, I think, for the first time on TV pictures today.
There we go then. Schumacher. See what he can do in the Haas. Now he's on the mediums. Is he in his out lap or he's already nice? Yeah, he's in the fast. Oh, he's going wide. Yeah, in 11.
Oh, no. He was on a fast lap as well. Fast sector 1. What's he going to stay with sector 2? Oh, he's still up on his own best time, though, because he's currently 16th. He hasn't actually done a full run. 32 laps. He's doing a race run. Here it is again, look.
And because cut out by the Red Bull, I think he was just passing.
Yeah, that would have been Verstappen, who was just alongside him as well. I don't know why I had to look on the driver tracker to tell me that, considering that it's one car per driver.
He gets past Hamilton with that lap.
Oh, he does. So Hamilton drops to 16th place now in the overall standings on day 3. Let's go over to the group chat quick as well. The people want to know who are the remaining guests. I don't think Megan's up next at 2 to take us through, and then actually thinking about it, is 2 hours to go. Megan takes us to 2. Actually, Megan takes us to the end of the day, and then Ian Birch joins us for the last hour. So, and then Megan drops in and out in the last hour as well. So it's Megan next up for an hour, and then Ian Birch rejoins us, and then Megan drops in and out, and Josh Plays will be down in the pit lane as well, going through. He also wants to know, are we doing a testing wrap-up show? Nope. There's no point really doing a testing wrap-up show, is there, considering that we've got it all done. We'll have a little conversation. Oh, big twitch from Leclerc. Oh, another one at the exit of the corner.
He's improving though, but maybe not anymore after that moment. He's already P5, but yeah, I don't think he's going to improve with that moment. Must have done braking.
Oh, a little bit accelerating there.
Still going to improve? No, he's costing too much time.
Yeah, last sector was down 23.6, 2/10 off the pace. Sonoda, it was slow sector 1, but I think he's brought it back together for a good sector 2. He's coming across the control line as well. Is he quick? He's down by 1.9, but it was a personal best middle sector. Okay. GKP Tech says, I was thinking about Red Bull this morning and thinking about what Jolien said. There are tweets about Red Bull only when they brought new parts today. Interesting. Josh says, do you want me to jump in the last 2 hours hour or not? Last hour, Josh, jump in the call. Last hour. Sonoda goes 9th. I know he said you went 9th there, Synthel. Sonoda goes P9 with a 1:34.940. And I think we're coming over to a changeover time soon as Verstappen comes into the pit lane, which I think is a great time to let you go, Synthel, because we're coming up to the changeover on the F1 TV feed as well, which means they're going to play a feature. But with Verstappen top of the board, what's been your thoughts of testing then this year? 6 days, 48 hours, it's been quite dramatic already.
I think it's going to be the most interesting first race because we will have no idea who's going to be fastest. So next week, it's going to be very, very interesting to see where the teams actually are. And I'll see you then, I guess, next week as well.
Absolutely, hopefully so. And just to let everyone let you a reminder, it is at F1 highlights _4 on Instagram and at F1 highlights _1 on TikTok. Go and subscribe and follow as well. Absolutely, because there's some great content on there
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being on, Synthel, and have a great rest of the day and a great weekend. Good luck in the tests
you
as
too.
well.
See you next week then, probably.
Absolutely. See you next week. Bye, mate. Bye-bye. And Synthol disappears as you hear the boom as I unplug the microphone. Got all these adapters. Synthol, Josh Plays has got the Synthol chats up there as well, which is fantastic to see. As I'll plug in all of the cables now. Oh, and you plug it into the laptop and it just absolutely goes nuts because the power adapter's on at the same time. Okay, Schumacher on a lap time, fast sector 1 as it currently stands as well. 2.494 on the board. With it all looking good. I'm just texting Megan to say, you good for 2 till 3 for your next slot, for your slot. I think she knew about it. I hope she knew about it. If not, that's a bit awkward. Schumacher across the line, 15th in the moment, jumps up to 14th. 1 by 1 is improving up the order. Schumacher on a 135. 6.56 as well. George Russell out of the car after going 6th fastest. Not looking good at Mercedes there. There's a lot of worried faces there, actually. Looking down as well, GKP Tech says, agree with Synthol. All new cars, loads of different shapes and approaches to the new regulations. It's going to be a lottery, absolutely. And there is more media shots of Haas than Red Bull. Or is it just my cookies? I think there are more media shots of the Haas than Red Bull. Red Bull have kept the covers on their pit lane garages quite a lot by saying they're taking the floor off, which they have. There's been a lot of work on that in the last couple of days as well. But Haas have been open doors, wanting the publicity, I suppose, as many teams do. And it's always looking good. Sonoda, P9 as things stand on the board. And we are hoping, of course, that it's going to be a very interesting season and a very interesting test. I mean, for some reason, I don't know why I haven't worn my earpods instead of my headset for the last couple of days, because there's now a nasty little bump behind my ear at the bottom there from all of these leather earphone cups that haven't really been that have been sellotaped to my ears for the past 3 days. Okay, Sonoda comes across the line. He's P9 at the moment and stays P9. 135.068. Apparently his hard tyres have done 1,647,933 laps, according to the driver tracker up in the Cosbox. The lap count has just been absolutely insane. Maybe Haas are trying to look for sponsors by getting the media shots that are being shared. Please take voice off, lol. Take the voice off. Oh, thank you, Josh. Just tweaked who it was there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, taking the voice off. Yeah, thank you very much there, Synthol. Synthol's very happy with that one. Thank you, Josh, for that. SHT, most importantly, the car can last longer out on the track, and that's a relief sign for Alpine in these 2 days of testing at the moment. And absolutely right there, SHT. If you want to get my attention, use the app, because otherwise it blurs into one on the screen. I do try and get to it, but I see that a lot more quicker. So, we're going to go for an interview, I think, down in the pits, and then the commentary change is changing over as it's 2 hours to go in F1 testing. As we come forward now. I don't know who's it down the pit. I think Ted's got to interview someone. Quickly down
Phenomenal.
to Will.
Formula One season in prospect.
Alex.
Yes, we would say that under any circumstances. It is true, but it really is. To remind you what we've got to look forward to, we've got a package coming up to run you through the new regulations, and we'll hand you over to the team of Anthony Davidson, Martin Brundle, and David Croft. Thank you very much for your company. We'll see you on the other side.
Okay,
in
guys.
2022,
Tom Clarkson.
Formula One evolves. A brand new set of rules have been created to deliver a new generation of cutting-edge racing machinery and make Formula One more exciting than ever before. Never has so much research gone into redesigning the formula. Drivers are able to race closer, teams have to work smarter, and fans can enjoy more of the action. The new formula begins with a downforce revolution. New aerodynamics work in a fundamentally different way, with a heavier focus on exploiting the air that flows underneath the car to suck it down towards the track. And where that airflow goes once the cars pass is also changing. Until now, it's swirled around behind the rear wing. A chasing car driving into this dirty air would lose downforce and struggle to stay close, making overtaking difficult. The primary aims of the new regulations are to reduce the amount of dirty air created and to allow the following car to perform better in whatever's left. The front and rear wings are simplified and the complicated barge boards of the last generation are gone. This means the airflow is kept smoother for longer and will be lifted up and over any car that's following close behind. The chasing driver will be able to exploit this more useful clean air to keep their car glued to the track. The difference is huge. Where a chasing 2021 car could lose up to half of its precious downforce, a 2022 car loses less than 20%, allowing the driver to stay closer for longer, make their moves sooner, and attack harder. And the new rules also mean that teams at the front of the grid have less of an advantage over those at the back. The smartest engineers are still able to build the fastest cars, but a closer chasing pack means mistakes are more significant and midfield runners have a higher chance of fighting for victory. On top of this, the new 18-inch wheels not only help the cars look great, they also benefit the action. The new Pirelli tyres have a wider working temperature range, meaning they're easier to race with, and the return of wheel covers helps keep dirty air at bay. Safety tests are also stricter than ever before. Lessons learned from Romain Grosjean's accident at the 2020 Bahrain Grand Prix have resulted in safer fuel tanks, a 15% jump in the amount of energy a car must be able to withstand during a crash, and the addition of severe static squeeze tests to the front and rear of the car. And even the fuel that goes into the cars is changing, as 10% must now be made from a fully renewable ethanol biofuel called E10. This helps reduce Formula One's carbon footprint and ensures teams get a more sustainable bang for their buck. These vital and fundamental changes are working together to create a new dawn for Formula One in 2022. Cars are better looking, easier to follow, more raceable, safer and more sustainable. And for the fans, Formula One is fairer, closer and more entertaining than ever before. 2022, Formula One evolves.
And we're going to have Tom Dillon joining the commentary box shortly as well to replace Megan. Megan will be in for the last hour. She is unavoidably detained at the moment, so Tom Dillon is going to step in as well. He just sent me a message, actually, before we can get over as well. So Tom's coming into the box saying, do you need a hand? I'm free. And we're going to drag him back in from this morning's session as well. And then the whole team will be on for the afternoon session as well. Otmar Safnar is alongside Martin Brundle and David Croft in the commentary box on F1 TV, which is nice to see them, but I'd rather take over what we're seeing here at the moment. Josh Play says, we need a commentary changeover screen. Probably did. Probably should have got it for some point as well where it was the entire screen, but we might have had people disconnect. This way you can see it's still me, as I was just attaching the third headset for when the final hour starts. Because it needs to be Megan, me, and Dad in the main comm box. Megan's now very confused about what she's meant to be doing. Same as usual, Megan. You are in at 3 till 4. 4 as Tom Dillon is going to join us in the box shortly. He's going to set everything up and grab a coffee and join us. Meantime, we're into the last 2 hours of this F1 testing for 2022 as all the action starts to get underway. Synthel says as well, have you started watching Drive to Survive yet? I've seen episode 1, Synthel, and it was absolutely interesting to say the least as well. The way Christian Horner describes Lewis Hamilton and the rest of the paddock feel about Mercedes being world champions again. So I'm watching episode 2 later on this evening as well. Probably episode 3, episode 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll probably go on all night as well. Going through. I haven't yet, by the way. No spoilers, please. I love your face as well. Yes. how do you spoil the Drive to Survive season as well? But apparently there's some interesting things with Tsunoda and Ocon they've made up again. So there we go. Coming through on the board as well. So the full team is on for the final hour. Then yes, at the moment that's the plan. I'll be in the box as always with Megan Birch and Ian Birch, and Josh will be down in the pit lane, providing us with some more information as well. So basically, it's like a normal race weekend where we'll have everyone on the comms box team and sharing all the info that we all need. It's going to be a lot of fun. Coming to them. Let's run through the times as things stand, because we've had 18 of the 20 drivers set lap times. Only Ricciardo and Ocon haven't been out today. Most of the teams are taking today's opportunity to switch over. So Verstappen, fastest, Perez, Vettel, Zhou, Leclerc, top 5, Russell, Gasly, Sainz, Tsunoda, Albon, the top 10, Alonso, Norris, Latifi, Schumacher, Stroll to 15th, Hamilton 16th, Bottas 17th, Magnussen 18th, and out of it, not doing any runs, was Ricciardo and Esteban Ocon, who, as Alonso, has done most of the running today for the team. I don't think Ocon was out this morning. It's the computer saying he is, but it's not true, according to the timer screens. No, he hasn't been out today, so he would have been further up than 20th, that's for sure. Just Play says, does that mean I need to fly to Bahrain and get ready in 55 minutes? Yeah, so hurry up. You've got 55 minutes to get over to Bahrain. 52 now, so TikTok, off you go. To the pit lane. As they swing through. Vettel again looking good. McLaren driver Daniel Ricciardo tests positive for COVID-19, but is currently experienced to be fit for the season-opening Grand Prix in Bahrain. That is from, well, Alpine is for some reason linked to that tweet. I don't know why. I don't know why. That's the strangest Twitter I've ever seen. Let's get it up on the main monitor. Because this is, I think it might even be deleted soon, you know. Where is it? Here it is, look. So, we've got an Alpine tweet. Can I get this up on actual Twitter? No, I can't. So, we've got an Alpine tweet here. Are you ready? Saying, in the spirit of offering maximum racing opportunities to our stable young talent, we have agreed that McLaren may call upon BWT reserve driver Oscar Piastri in the event one of their drivers isn't able to race. McLaren driver Daniel Ricciardo tested positive for COVID-19, but is currently expected to be fit to race at the season-opening Bahrain Grand Prix next weekend. But okay, my goodness, this is live breaking news. So if Daniel Ricciardo can't race next weekend, Alpine have offered up Oscar Piastri to McLaren in the event that Danny Ricciardo can't race. So Oscar Piastri might actually get a race start. Well, that is insane. Well done, by the way, to Alpine. That is proper gentleman agreements out there as well. That is fantastic. Okay, ringing Tom up now, and we'll have a word with him with everything that's going on. From that one. I hope you're watching, Tom, and you've listened to that bit. Oh, hello, Tom. You're there. Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Hello. I'll wait for you to get your camera operational and everything.
I'll set that up. There we go. All
Fantastic.
sorted.
Fab. Hello. Thank you for popping on again.
I was sat around doing nothing, so I thought I might as well.
Oh, no, there's a problem on the stream. There's two me's. That's not good at all. I'll sort that out. How are you? And have you just heard the news that Oscar Piastri has been offered up from Alpine to McLaren if they need him next weekend?
Yes, I was just scrolling through Twitter and I found that actually. That's an interesting thing for them to say, because I guess they're trying to get Piastri sort of experienced in the car. But he hasn't done any running throughout the test, has he? Which I find quite interesting.
No running in the test and no running in that car, crucially, which is making me a little bit worried about how safe he might be to send him out there, because that means he's got to run an awful long time.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I just go on.
It has surprised me that Alpine haven't opted to run Piastri in the test. A couple of the teams have ran reserve drivers, haven't they? Haas, although to be fair, that's because they hadn't signed anyone yet, and they'd already promised Fittipaldi the test drive.
Yeah, otherwise they would have got rid of him.
I know. Either last year or 2020, it was Kubica ran for Alfa Romeo, didn't he, for a couple of days?
Yes, he did. Yes. I'm just double checking that. Yeah, he ran Kubica ran day 1 morning and day 3 morning, didn't he? In Barcelona, or was it the whole day on day 1? One of the two, wasn't it?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
And well, I think it's a perfect opportunity for them to let the younger drivers, or even their reserves, sort of get the experience in the car. And you would have thought that would have suited Piastri perfectly, unless the way they look at it, it's the new cars. They need their guys getting experience in the car as well.
And that means, of course, we could see if Oscar Piastri does get the race seat, he might appear again in the future in free practice sessions throughout the year, as is the new mandatory arrangement. Leclerc has just gone second. A 1:33.065. He's 4/10 off of Verstappen, but lo and behold, the night is coming in, and now we are ready for the night shift and the glory runs, Tom. We talked about this earlier on. Here we go. The fast runs are coming in.
Yes, as the sun goes down, the temperature starts to drop and the rubber sorts of sets in, and all the drivers can really attack. Interestingly, though, Leclerc is he's on the soft tyres, actually. I apologise, it's an issue on my timing screen. He is on the soft tyres, actually.
Yes,
and,
he is.
He also went a little bit wide and had a moment down at turn 3, I believe it is.
Yep, up at turn 3, yeah. Oh, as Bottas passes Norris into turn 1, slipstreaming all the way. Got some comments coming through here that you might like here, Tom. It says... Oh, Ed's here. Let's have a look. So, Josh, Beth says, replace an Aussie with an Aussie, as well, it looks like. Oscar Piastri in for Daniel Ricciardo. Josh Plays has then said, would love to see Piastri. And Ed says, oh, hey, it's Tom Keynes. So there you go. I have no idea what he's on about. Maybe that's an inside joke. No. You know more. No, I don't either. Beth says Australian. Yeah, got it, don't worry. And Josh, she says, I can't believe the on-standby commentator got replaced by another commentator. Well, Tom messaged me just as we were changing over, so it was perfect timing. Spinner, Mick Schumacher out of the last corner, and it's red flagged the session. My goodness, so Mick Schumacher has spun coming out of the last corner. There's a load of tyre smoke going around, and they've thrown the red flag. So that's going to bring Vettel, Bottas, Norris, Latifi and Verstappen back in. Although it looks like a lot of flat spot tyres, Schumacher can get back to the pit lane, so it shouldn't be too long of a red flag. I think that was a bit too premature for throwing the red there, I think.
I did like the shot of the Alpine mechanic holding a Magnum ice lolly in his mouth as he's fixing Fernando Alonso's car. My pictures have just caught up with Mick Schumacher, and he does look like he's able to get back going again. I'm not too sure what they've been doing with these red flags over the last couple of days. They had one yesterday at the checkered flag whilst Carlos Sainz was on that one. He was the only car on track.
Yeah, no idea why they threw that one, yeah. I know what you mean.
They had one this afternoon, or this morning even, when it was about 10 minutes ago, so that they could do a practice start or something like that.
Yeah, that's going to happen again this afternoon, I think, with a rolling start instead of a standing one. And it was just literally a half spin for Schumacher out of the last corner, and they threw the red flag. That's a bit premature for my liking, throwing that one. But they've done it, so we'll have to get all the cars back in. We're just waiting for Latifi and Verstappen to come in. Back to the chat, because it's still going great out there. Josh, sorry about that, but you're on for the last hour, so that's why I thought you didn't want to do 2 hours in a row. And Tom was around, and he sent me a message quickly at the right time, by the way, Tom, so thanks very much for stepping in. Synthel says, this freaking V-play keeps going back to the studio just to talk. It's so annoying. Yeah, show the entire test, V-play. You've got over there in the Netherlands. Beth says, I stand with Mazepin. That is a joke, by the way. Beth is a joker. I just had to put that. She does enjoy a good laugh. Session will restart in 45 seconds' time. as well. Ed says, "Oh, sorry, I must have confused the voice with something else, with someone else. I've no idea. Sorry, major mess up by me. Why red flag? Silly little spin from Mick. Oh, I think he thinks you're another Tom and not Tom Dillon, because there are two different Toms that sound identical in ERC, of course.
Are there?
Yeah, there's another one. I think one of the drivers somewhere along the line. I don't know. Ed will have to explain that.
I've never met this other Tom. It sounds like me.
I need to get Ed. Ed, we're on the disc. Oh, he can't. He's not on the Discord. Damn.
So the session's already resumed, which is really confusing to me. Why you'd
we're about to
get everyone back, round, and then the second Verstappen's back into the pits, you go again.
And Synthos answers his own question, says, "Why red flag? Silly little spin from Mick." Yeah, it's just the car lost it at the back. Yeah, red flag in, and we go green. I think that was a major mistake from Eduardo Freitas, the race director, who threw the red flag, not thinking that was what was meant to happen. It should have at least just been a yellow. He would have got that going again. He didn't need to red flag the session and stop everyone like that.
And it seems odd as well, because Eduardo Freitas doesn't seem to make any mistakes when he goes into WEC, and I suppose he had the controversial championship side of it. He seems to be a pretty good race director, so it confuses me why you'd make a mistake like that.
Schumacher's getting ready for a push lap as well and just lit up the rear tyres. Okay, I don't actually know what happened at the WEC final. I have not seen it, so I presume you have, Tom, covering the endurance. Could you just explain what Eduardo Freitas did at the WEC final? Because I know what happened at DTM's final. I don't know what happened at WEC's final.
So he didn't really do anything wrong. A lot of Porsche fans get quite annoyed, but what basically happened was the Ferrari went into the back of the Porsche, gained about 10 seconds, I think it was in the end, and it might have been a bit longer than that actually. It might have been about 40 seconds, and the Porsche said, Eduardo said, "Okay, then let the Porsche back through." So the Ferrari slowed up pretty much all of the time, and then as they were going back onto the pit straight at Bahrain, the Porsche came into the pits and basically didn't take the free position. And then the race director took no further action, and then Porsche was saying that, well, Ferrari's got to give us that position even though we purposely didn't take it.
Well, that's their fault. That's Porsche's fault for not taking the free position and deciding to pit. They probably tried to ruin Ferrari's race by pitting.
Their idea was that if they could pit, then Ferrari would be able to pit the next lap and it would ruin Ferrari's race, essentially. And so they tried to be clever with it, and then they called foul play when it didn't work.
I'm not surprised. I would have called foul. Oh, no, sorry. I would have called foul on Ferrari's part. There's the fact that they were told to give a position back, they were ready to do so, and then they go and play a stunt like that. No, that's Porsche's fault. Oh dear. Very angry with that one as well, going forward. Anyway, coming back up, Beth is just... the track's back underway now with Vettel back on the track as well. Beth says there is a new flag being used by marshals this year. It means you are driving the last F1 race of your career. Wait, no, sorry. You are now number 2 in the number 1 team. It's called the Checo flag. The Checo flag. After what happened at the end of Abu Dhabi in 2020, then it was his last race, and now all of a sudden he's driving for Red Bull in 2021 and 2022. Yeah, get that. Going forward, Ed says as well, I know too many people and all of them sound the same to me after a while. I'm better at talking than typing. And one of the downforce radio guys is called Tom Keynes, and my brain just completely failed. I need to go eat lunch. Yes, Ed, you go eat lunch. I think you knew it was Tom but got the wrong name, which is easy.
It's incredible, isn't it, that it's 2:20 on a weekend and it's not breakfast time. It's got to be the first time that's happened for a few weeks for me.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Tom.
I digress.
It's Tom. Apparently we do it all the time. Have you eaten breakfast?
I have, actually.
Have you had lunch?
I have as well.
Oh, good. You're going to have 3 meals for the first time on a Saturday.
I know. It's a shocking change of pace. But someone else who's had a shocking change of pace is actually Sebastian Vettel on a push lap right now. He's done 35 laps this afternoon. It was Lance Stroll in that car this morning, wasn't it? He's just ticked up the 36th and 140.2 is his fastest lap. And it is sort of confusing me the way that these drivers. Sorry, that's not his fastest lap. That's his previous lap. I think it's just ticked over. It does confuse me that sort of the teams like Haas, who were doing 42s in the morning session, why they don't just quickly put in a fast lap.
Yeah.
Just to get themselves back up the timing order.
Well, they're getting ready for the glory runs, I think. That's why they've done that sort of half-fast lap. I think Ted might be able to provide more because he's down at Alpine, I think.
In the words of the Norwich City chairwoman...
Let's be having you.
Let's be having you, because we're about to see a lot of laps on Delia Smith. A lot of laps on new tyres. We've got the Ferrari going out on new soft tyres. We've got the Mercedes on Nout lap on new soft tyres. And here is Fernando Alonso on Nout lap on new medium tyres. I think they're doing some flow viz work. So we're going to see some real times coming up, which is exciting. So, yeah, just a couple of questions from down here for Otmar. I saw Fernando Alonso trying out a BWT fully pink and white crash helmet, and now he's gone back to his usual Spanish helmet. So what's the arrangement there? And do they expect that Daniel Ricciardo will not be available and that Oscar Piastri might be called up? Because the word we're getting from McLaren is that whatever happens, Ricciardo will be driving at the Bahrain race.
Yeah,
there we go.
I'm expecting him.
No. Yeah, I hope he recovers and he drives in the Bahrain race. But if for whatever reason he doesn't, then we're prepared to let Oscar have a go.
Oh, okay. So they're prepared to let Oscar Piastri have a go, which, fair to me. Oh, Ted's still saying something.
For the week, for the rest of the 2 hours.
Yeah, so I don't have the run plan in my head, but Ted, if you give me a chance, I'll go down there and I'll text you, Crofty.
Sounds like a great. I haven't had a text from you during a session for a while. I'm looking forward to the
in the races
of that.
you get them.
Fuel loads and engine modes as well, please.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then what everyone else is doing, that would be nice, because you know what...
Yeah, and so Omar Safnar's up in the Sky F1 comms box as well, and he's now going to text Crofty what's happening, so I'll keep an eye on that one as well. Just out of interest then, in this one as well, have you been following the entire day of testing, or have you been doing other things? I hope you've been doing other things, because I don't wish torturous of broadcasting on anybody for this long.
Well, I was also watching the cricket, and I have to say the Aussie TV are playing some rather strange adverts
oh dear.
Right now. And I don't think they come under quite the same regulations as our television. But no, I've mostly been following the majority of testing in the background all day.
Very nice.
It's been quite an interesting day, actually, to watch, particularly George Russell on that race run a little bit earlier on.
Oh, look at it.
See how...
I know you're behind, but Leclerc's about to cross the line, and Leclerc goes fastest. Of the test so far, 1:32.415. He's 0.2 quicker than Verstappen. Leclerc to the top of the board. Ferrari on a pace on the C4 tyres. That is the glory run, or the low fuel run, as Ed wants to call them, because Beth cannot stand me saying glory runs. But there we go. Leclerc's fastest on the glory run. It's a glory run. That's what they call them. Wow. Back to you, Tom.
Well, I prefer push lap myself, but anyway, on those soft tyres, Leclerc, sunset in Bahrain is actually in 20 minutes time exactly, according to Google, the official sunset. It was a good lap from Charles Leclerc, and it seems to be about 4 seconds off of what we were getting last year. And in fact,
yeah,
I've noticed the test are about 4 seconds from what I seem to remember us getting from the test last year. We were in the 128s, weren't we?
Yeah, the same time as was nearly in pole position was around about the 128s as well. So 132.4, with the cars being 2 seconds a lap slower, predicted 4 seconds, I think that works quite well. So I think that's absolutely bang on there.
I read that the cars were initially predicted to be 3 seconds slower, but then as they started development, they said they should be roughly on parity.
Alonso crosses the line and moves up from 11th to 6th on a 1:33.970 on the medium compound tyres you pointed out earlier on, Tom. So now, here we go then. This is it. Synthel's saying as well. Hang on a second. Yeah, Beth, first of all, says lunch. It's 1:30 a.m. Sunday over there in Australia as well. Well done for all your Australian fans for staying up and watching. That is a dedication beyond belief to be an F1 fan in Australia. Can we use a phrase other than glory runs, please? And Ed replied saying, low fuel runs works better for me. Yeah, but come get in the spirit of things. It's a glory run. They're doing it purely for glory and headlines. That's what it is. What a glory run, but softer tyres than Max, right? Yes. C4 tyres, and Max did his on C3, Synthel. Alonso faster than Russell. GKP Tech, what? Ferrari? As everyone says, Leclerc P1. Mercedes, what you doing? What you up to? Yeah. Do you reckon that Mercedes are really in trouble? I'm sure you might have seen the Hamilton and Russell comments in the media in the last hour or so.
I actually, not in the last hour or so, but I have to agree with what Carlos Sainz said last night, that it's purely just Mercedes playing their usual games. They'll find a way to be on pace come next week, I'm sure. I think it's purely, look at how horrendous their car was last year, and they won the Constructors' Championship with that car. So I don't think at all that they're in trouble. I think it's purely games from Mercedes as per the status quo, really.
I think so, because how many times have we got into testing and Hamilton said, oh, the car's a disaster, the car's a nightmare, there's no pace in it. And then all of a sudden, race one comes around. Oh, yeah, by the way, we're really quick. Surprise. Last year, perfect example, testing, they looked awful. And they won race one. Yes, they were held out a little bit by the race director, changed the rules in the last lap of the race. Where did we hear that before? It sounds so familiar.
I think that Mercedes really, or Hamilton especially, last year he thought he could start really nice and, play fair. And then as we got to Verstappen controlling the championship, that's when Hamilton started to do his regular mind games, and you had Silverstone and the celebrations and everything that Hamilton did with Rosberg, he started doing with Max Verstappen. And I think this year he's really realised that he can't get on the back foot to start with. He has to start the mind games very early on. I think that's what this is part of, sort of sandbagging in testing, saying that we're nowhere, it's, don't even think about us. And then he's going to come to the first race and probably win it.
So this is all one long mind game for...
I think so.
Yeah. I'd agree. I think that's possible. I mean, I did say earlier on, I don't believe a word Lewis Hamilton says in media briefings on pre-season. My chin really is squeaky at the moment. I've got to get some oil on that before next week. I don't believe a word Lewis Hamilton says in a media session ever, because we've heard it too often. He could come up with some new lines, though. That's all I'm saying. Because how many times have we said exactly the same thing? The car's nowhere. The car's got no pace. The car's got no power.
You could put it into a Lewis Hamilton playbook of words that he's saying. You could probably... Google have probably got chatbots advanced enough to replace Lewis Hamilton in press conferences. We wouldn't notice a difference.
Maybe they do. Maybe they did during when they were on Zoom calls during the pandemic. And then the pandemic's still going on. But I mean, when F1 was all behind virtual meetings and the drivers were stuck in cubicles in 2020. Now they've got their motorhomes back and everything, and the COVID protocols a lot more relaxed in the F1 paddock. You're seeing the commentators actually in an actual commentary box in the grandstand, not in a cubicle about a mile away from the circuit itself. And you think I'm kidding? No, think about it. The paddock is a mile away from the outside of the track either direction. As Russell was quick sector 1 at 29.9, sector 2 he's down by a tenth. And I don't think this is looking good across the line. He's P7 at the moment. Crossing it now and stays P7. It's 1.6 off the pace. He's on soft tyres as well. Brand new set. Do you reckon they are sandbagging? They've just put something on the car to slow it? Because on the onboards, it looks like he's flat out.
The car looks... The body language doesn't quite look like he's fully pushing that car.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on... I mean, obviously they're not at 100% pace, because why would they be in testing? And he does seem to be porpoising a lot, does George Russell, and that's the first time I've said the buzzword today. And particularly down that back straight, he's bouncing up and down, and it really looks like he's on a bouncy castle in the car.
He does, yeah.
I think if there is any problem with the Mercedes, and this isn't sandbagging, I think that's probably where the problem the problem is. I know they've said already that they're nice and safe through the low speed corners, but perhaps it's the high speed corners that Mercedes are sort of just losing time on.
I think you're right. Yeah, the low speed corners they were struggling with last year in testing as well, and that was nearly what cost them here in Bahrain. Right, we're going to go trackside. Turn 7 has Rachel Brooks and Naomi Swift.
With everybody, I've learned that actually, you know what, even though I thought it would be this big scary experience and everyone, you know, everything would be so new, it is at the end of the day just a racing track. We're still talking about racing cars. Everybody here is passionate about motorsport, so just like home.
Well, let's have a look at some of the cars on track, because we've been watching them for a while. It was a fantastic chat. I am not taking away from that, Crofty, I promise you. But we have been watching them for a while, actually. And what have you spotted? We came here the other day, and it does look different. The cars do look different now.
Yeah, well, to be honest, the last time I was out here, the temperatures were a lot hotter, so I think the cars were also struggling a little bit more at that time. But what's really interesting to see in this high-speed corners is that the cars in general look quite similar and they look quite stable. But coming down to this corner down here, which is quite a hard braking and a lower speed corner, a little less stable. We're seeing a lot more inconsistency between the cars. The Haas actually, Mick has been locking up once or twice while we've been here, so they're still having to compromise their driving style a little bit when it comes to that braking.
Seems as though they're not having to compromise as much as they were on the first few days. They do seem to be getting to grips with these 2022 cars a little bit better.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder a little bit if that's the drivers, you know, changing and adapting themselves, or if the teams have found setups that potentially are easier to work with.
Okay, well, we're going to have a look as they're coming round now, and I just wonder if you can tell us which one's coming next for us, because at the moment it's gone quiet on this circuit, this part of the circuit. We'll just see who's coming round next on the track. So we've seen Sonoda going around in the AlphaTauri. I think he's going to be coming round next through here. And just talk me through as he comes through here, Naomi, because yes, it's a fast speed corner, but we were watching some of them earlier, and it looks easier for some than others. There's less pointy in some of them than others.
Yeah, they all look relatively well balanced, but you do have the Ferrari and the Merc who look particularly quick. I did hear that they were out on new soft tyres, so that could potentially be helping them out a little bit, but they do look particularly smooth through there at the moment.
Let's have a look at the Red Bull then. It's coming up behind Sebastian Vettel, I think, in a moment. And
oh, there come an Aston and a Red Bull, so he's got a little bit of traffic there, which is not going to help him. But
annoyingly, he's out on the medium tyres as well. What we want to see is some glory runs, because we're out here to see them put the soft tyres on, and let's see what these 2022 cars have got.
Yeah, but they might just be working on their last little few things that they have to tick off their box ticking, the end of the run list that they've had for this week. Get those last few things done, get the car in the perfect possible condition, burn some fuel, put those new boots on, and then we'll see some lightning.
Right. Oh, well, that was a good. I was just about to throw it back up, but Ted's down in the pit lane. Needing to do something, apparently, which is always great news. Probably all my Safnar's back with them. Okay, no, Ted. Okay, great. We can continue talking. Yeah, Mercedes did have a problem with their low-speed corners last year as well. It cost them a lot, especially at circuits like Imola. Imola and Monza. Monza's a high-speed track, but the slow chicanes really cost them a lot of time in qualifyings. And then in Imola, they were nowhere during the race as well. Everything was just mistake after mistake after mistake. As they come through?
Yes. And actually, what I was noticing on the time that we had that interview was Max Verstappen's back out now on the medium tyres. And he did a race start. And of course, Red Bull had a huge issue with their race starts. It almost cost Verstappen the championship, actually. Arguably at Abu Dhabi and a couple of other tracks as well. He looked pretty clean on the race start. There was a little bit of wheel spin in first gear, but that sort of second phase where Red Bull have traditionally been so poor, it seemed okay. And I wonder if that's an area that they've really attacked with these new regulations, trying to sort out the race starts.
That was what was costing them a lot last year, especially in the last two races, actually. Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi, Verstappen had terrible starts off the line, and it cost them down to turn one. I mean, he picked up at the third start in Saudi Arabia, didn't he? Because he did that demon launch on the inside of Hamilton and Ocon, so he got that start sorted. But in the initial getaway in Abu Dhabi, he was so poor off the line. And I think they know that's what nearly cost them the World Championship, those poor starts. So I think you're right. I think they've worked a lot on that over the winter, and we're going to see some good starts. Hopefully, Perez got a good start in the test one we had earlier on today, so if that's anything to look at as they come up. And Davidson's got up to the comp box now alongside Martin Butler and David Croft as well. Nice to hear. Although that's going to be doubly confusing for me because, as I said in the past, Tom, you do sound remarkably like Anthony Davidson. So it's like I've got two of you in my head at the moment.
I'd say that's probably one of the best compliments I've ever had. But Perez did 43 laps this morning, and obviously Verstappen now on the qualifying runs suggests that he's not quite going to get that many laps in the next hour and a half. We've got 9 minutes until the official sunset time over in Bahrain. They're 3 hours ahead of GMT. And obviously Verstappen now back out on the medium tyres. Charles Leclerc is continuing on with his soft. I think he's on the prototype tyres, actually. No, he's on the C4. Couldn't quite see with the
halo.
with the camera there.
Yeah, the halo's covering it.
He's on the C4 tyres, Charles Leclerc. Purple in Sector 1 as well.
This is looking quick for Leclerc. 14 thousandths up. Is he going to take his own best lap time away from himself? He's really going for this one, isn't he?
He does. He looks like he's really pushing it. Looks almost like it's 75% of a qualifying lap. I think that's how hard Charles Leclerc is pushing here.
Oh, he's a 10th off third sector. But the middle sector was the fastest of the day so far, 39.618, as you said, Tom. This is getting interesting indeed as they come through. Oh, he's on C5s. He's on full C5 tyres, so he's on the fastest.
Really? Because the graphic on the literally on the F1 broadcast just said C4, so that's something they need to sort out.
Yeah, because you can see when you get round to it, the 20 seconds delay, I know that's happening, but you can see it's the C4s. So C5s, because there's no red banding on the side. It's just
that's why I thought it was the prototype tyre, because it had no banding.
That's exactly what I thought. So let's take another look. He is definitely 100% on the C5 tyres. So,
yes, definitely.
Yeah, this is a glory run. Sorry, Beth. Let's chat room quick as well, because Beth is saying any phrase that ends with the letters agging is also banned for the same reasons. No one will answer the question, what's the opposite of a glory hill? Beth, behave yourself. Go on, Max, says Synthel. Leclerc fast as well. Is Max doing long runs? At the moment, yeah, he's on mediums as things stands as well. I'm not questioning that glory situation. I knew her mind would go there. In Australia, it is 1:30. No, it's 1:39 a.m. over there. Leclerc pits. So 1 lap on the C5s and straight back to the pits. Not what they were looking for, do you reckon, Tom?
To be fair, I think at this stage they do just want this single qualifying run. And I think more than anything, they want to test the tyre temperature and how they can keep the tyres in the window when they're going for those really, really hard push runs. Because obviously we still have tyre blankets, but they are the newer, slimmer tyres. So they are going to take a lot more to get them and keep them in temperature. And it's a bit of a rubbish example, but if you drive these cars in something like a Assetto Corsa or R-Factor, you can find that the tyres, even in the simulations, are so much more difficult to keep in temperature that I think really the teams want to find that kind of information out as they're doing these qualifying runs. You know, how good are the tyres? Are they good for multiple laps, or can we just do the single push lap? Because you sometimes saw in 2020 they'd be able to do double cool laps before they go back out for another lap. Whereas 2021 we started to see again them go back to the single runs, single laps.
And
I guess that's the kind of information they need to find out. As we had a bit of an on-track battle, I saw.
Yuki getting in the way there of Russell. Russell's backed off to go in a lap. Oh, but on the timing screens are updated. Great. That's what's encoding our computer, by the way. The timing screens are updating. So I know we're glitching right now, but you can hear me. And Tom as well appearing in the comms box. It's the timing screens updating that's causing it. Russell's on a lap time. As long as you can hear us, though, seeing us isn't that important. So it's laggy. Yeah, not a problem. First sector coming up then for Russell, and he's down by a tenth on Leclerc's time, but crucially he's quicker than Verstappen. We're back up and running.
Yes, and I really want to see George Russell this year. I thought what he did in 2020 when he had that one race in the Mercedes that he barely fit in, I thought that was so impressive, and I was egging him on so much. He's probably one of my favourite drivers in the sport, and I think just how he took that race start after qualifying on second and just flying through to the lead with such confidence, I thought it was incredible. I think it's only just that George Russell gets his proper chance, and I hope it is a proper chance. I hope he doesn't get sacrificed for Hamilton's race at any point, or he sort of spit out at the other end a bit like Valtteri Bottas. Well, I hope they give George Russell a proper chance to be a world champion at some stage.
He's a world champion in waiting. We saw that ages ago. His second sector time was a 39.8. Tsunoda's gone fourth on a 1:33.429. Russell goes to third. There we go. 1:32.888 for Russell. He's 4 tenths off the pace of Leclerc, and that's better from the Mercedes. But they've done that time on the C5 tyre, Tom.
I think he was clearly just reacting to me bigging him up. One thing I have noticed, actually, the cars this year, the recharging lights for the battery. First of all, George was doing some recharging on that lap, heading down.
So it's not a full lap. Yeah.
They've got recharging lights on the rear wing as well now. It's not just that tail light. It's a little bit like a braking light.
Sorry, sorry. I was just double checking something here with the. So yeah, it's the lag, isn't it? Yeah. Say that once again, because you cut out on my end, and I just caught the end of that with rear light braking system. So go on.
So yes, so whereas last year it was that single light on the back that seemed to be lighting up, it looks like George Russell's also got recharge lights on the rear wing as well. So you've kind of got 3 lights rather than the single one that we had.
Yeah, the 3 lights on the back. I think it looks space age now. With those, it kind of looks like an X-wing, doesn't it, from Star Wars, with everything going on with that backlight. Can we see it on the back of Verstappen, please? No, obviously not. Apparently, the sound was laggy as well, which is not great at all. Adam Lemridge has said hi to you, Tom, as well, from the Grid Network over in America. And Synthel says, this can be an okay lap for Russell, and the sound was laggy too. Not lagging. That was decent. Third, everything fine now. Fab. And hopefully it remains fine. And after this, I'm going to go drop kick my Virgin Media Internet Hub out of the balcony, out of the front window. And I wish I had a balcony to kick it off as well.
You should try having BT Internet. I've had my Xbox set up for my Sky coverage this afternoon, and it hasn't got an Ethernet cable because that's in my PC. It's not meant to be set up in my room. And it has been crashing the internet every 5 minutes. I've had to turn to other sources to get my Sky fixtures this afternoon.
My word. Oh, hang on.
It's unbelievable.
The internet stream's frozen again on my laptop. I've got no idea. I don't know. Just let us know. SHT, what tyres did Alonso use on his last lap? Alonso used the medium compound C4s. Sorry, medium compound C3 tyres on that board. Bottas went 12th, 1:35.350. And this is a replay of George Russell and the proporcing as well. And the rear sparking away on the rear left as well. And usually it's the aluminium skid blocks sparking, but this time it's the actual diffuser on the car. I'm at 1 hour 15 and 5 seconds now. What are you at on the time?
1 hour 15 and 40 seconds on my time.
So it's around about 36 seconds.
It's losing time all the way. But it's just, I think that's just one of the things that Sky does when you're not watching on the box.
Yeah, they delay it like mad.
It's a bit of a joke on Sky's end when you can't watch what you've paid for. You've had to go to illegitimate sources despite paying for a
I know. It's a
channel.
I want F1 TV in this country, and I want it now. All I'm saying, I think that would be amazing. Obviously, I still want the live access of Sky, or actually, I'd rather have F1 on free-to-air and F1 TV in this country. That'd be better.
Yes, I think the BBC would do a good job with F1.
I think they would. They did, of course, but they picked... Susie Perry is a very, very, very amazing TV presenter, but even she said, and more bikes than cars. I think they picked the wrong presenter when they went with her. I think go on.
The BBC are probably the gold standard for sports broadcasting at the minute. I would say, listening to how they cover even F1 on 5 Live and cricket and football, they really are incredible when it comes to. And I think if they were able to take F1, they'd do a very good job at it. But then on the other side, Sky are also incredible quality, even if it does cost an arm and a leg a month.
A few of the presenters I would get rid of, to be fair. There's a few I think have been in it a bit too long. A few of them I think have been in it too annoyingly long as well. And what is this I'm seeing from Synthol here? RB 2018, 3 and 33. RB 2022, 1 and 11. Little battles between Max and Nicky out there. What a move by Verstappen. Yeah, Verstappen having a battle with Latifi. The one down to turn 1. That is a... We've got a lot of cars following each other. Leclerc ahead of Tsunoda. And then in a 3 battle is... I'm not going to say what that... Otherwise Beth will have a go at me. But Norris, Verstappen and Latifi are all together on the track as way. It's a 3-way fight as well. But I wasn't going to say fight at the end of that one. She would have had a go at me. So I've decided to add in the fight once my brain caught up with what I was saying. Leclerc on a lap as well, coming into the first sector in a second. He's about to start it, and he's out on brand new tyres, Tom. Glory run's definitely started now as we go in. The sun has set officially, hasn't it?
Yep, 48 minutes past 2 in the UK, which means it's 48 minutes past 5 in Bahrain, which means that we are well past sunset now, a few minutes over. And Charles Leclerc still continuing his charge. And it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to approach this, whether they are going to unleash all the shackles, or they are still going to hold a little bit back. And are
they
in chat?
So go on.
In chat, Adam Lemerise saying that you would do fantastic at the BBC, which I agree with.
Oh, thank you both. Flattery. Thank you very much. I would love it if I got an opportunity with the BBC. Then again, I would be slightly worried that after 3 years, they'd drop F1 due to it being too costly. So,
I don't know if you've seen it, but they do every year I think it's something called like the New Voices program, where it's like a competition kind of thing. It's how they recruit new commentators. You send them an MP3 or something of you commentating over an overtake or something, and then they'll give you training on the job and things.
I have not seen that at all. Oh, I'm going to look into this now. And I'll
you should.
Yeah.
I know it's quite difficult to get in, I've heard. But I imagine for something like F1, they need more commentators than football or rugby or cricket or something like that. So it might be a bit easier to get through.
Yeah, I do enjoy commentating on a bit of rugby. I did that a lot at my secondary school, and that was always a lot of fun. Oh, we're encoding again. Encoding. Oh, we've gone again. Okay, good. Encoding stopped. Synthol says, can't wait to commentate with you again for FP2 or FP3. Yeah, one of the two. And hopefully Tom as well, now that you've been dragged in, you were sort of pushed into this, weren't you, in all honesty? I said in the chat of EERC who wants to do it, and everybody said, I think we nominate Tom.
Yes, I mean, I think everyone's a bit of an exaggeration. I think it was Alexei, the owner of, one of the owners.
Yeah. I think Nick was there as well, sort of bigging you up. But we've done Formula E races together. It's only right to do Formula 1 stuff together as well.
We have, and the real business now.
Absolutely.
And
basically,
I'm trying to have a look at the sector times. Mick Schumacher's bumped himself up to 5th.
Wow! Yeah, he's just come across that. Yeah, that's a great time from Schumacher. 1:33.151, and C3 tyres. I said I've been telling people, Haas are quick. They've found time. Oh.
And I do hope we see Haas fighting for points.
I do.
I think you want all 10 teams able to get points. You don't want a team at the back, and we seem to have had that over the last few years. it was kind of switched from Williams to Haas, and now Haas just trundling around at the back. And I mean, Mick Schumacher has got a record of his second year in a category being much, much better than the first.
F2 being examples. F3.
And I think in
example.
F3 as well, he was pretty bad in the first year and then got better as the years went on.
And he got the title in the end, didn't he? After a controversial season where the car was a lot quicker in the second half than it was in the first half. Teams complained and found out there was nothing wrong with it. Yeah, so that's interesting. Adam says, I'll do some commentating with you sometime again this year. Had fun last year. Absolutely, Adam, yeah. We've got a lot of sessions to cover. I think Megan calculated it the other day. In total, there's 168 sessions to commentate on of Formula One in 2022. So there's an awful long time to have guests on as well in the comms box. So we'll all drag you on at some point as well. Russell, Tom, has started a lap on the C5 tyres, and this time he is following Latifi, so his old teammate, up the hill. Oh, and he's backed out of it. Damn! Come on, George. He's backed out of the lap, and he's let Vettel through.
Yeah, that was Latifi. He just caught Latifi at the wrong time, didn't he?
Yeah.
Down into turn 2, and it's just kind of either unsettled him or just kind of ruined the lap. And I suppose in testing and things as well, you do want the perfect conditions for a lap. You want to make sure that there are no ulterior factors like dirty air from a car ahead. So I think it makes sense why you'd want clean air to go for a push lap.
Little twitch. Yeah, he got the dirty air from left by Latifi at turn 2, and just a little snap of oversteer. That would have been caused by the wake of Latifi's car as well. I know these cars are meant to follow each other, but you get the wind at the wrong angle, it could twitch you even if you're in the perfectly designed car to handle air from everybody else. It
was a twitch into turn 2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From George Russell.
Just caught that air. And it's like when I always say, if you want an example of what the perfect car would be without any at all effect of aero, look at Grand Theft Auto. And when you race online, it's funny, isn't it? When you race online, the catch-up toe, that is the perfect...
Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah, that's the perfect example of the perfect car with the perfect setup for toe. The amount of speed you will gain. But you get it wrong ever so slightly. If you're not perfectly lined up with it, you'll start fading back more and more. So, yeah. Over-exaggerating a lot, aren't they? Go on.
We saw earlier in the day, actually, with Jolyon Palmer standing down at... Was it turn 11, Jolyon Palmer was standing down, where he said he almost looks like he was on the track. And you saw how the wind was blowing his Formula One media vest. So it is very, very windy out there in Bahrain. Of course, they haven't got much covering. I mean, this is not incredible geography knowledge, but they haven't got incredible covering from any forests or mountains out there in Bahrain. So I imagine it's quite windy. Perhaps not the best place to do F1 testing in hindsight.
Yeah, it's not. We've seen the windsock around the circuit as well. It's blowing left, right, up, down, side to side. There's no building, as you say. There's no forest or anything to disrupt it. We are slap bang in the middle of a desert for this race, and it is also meant to be slap bang in the middle of the desert as well, because unlike races in China, where we started in the middle of nowhere and the city sort of got built closer and closer to the racetrack, so it would become a city street circuit in many respects. This track is completely meant to be in the desert to be the ultimate spectacle. It's about, 20 minutes away from the city of Sakhir?
I have to say, it's quickly becoming one of my favourite circuits on the calendar. Of all of the sort of Arabic circuits that we've been introduced to in the last few years, I'd say Bahrain is probably one of the better ones. I'm also becoming a fan of Saudi Arabia, though.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure it's the best place to be racing, particularly after cancelling Russia.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Ed Hunter is joined the chat in that respect with Saudi Arabia. But I agree, Saudi's actually quite an interesting little track once you get it right, especially on the F1 game as well. It's a lot of fun to drive. Not entirely sure it's the right place to be racing, as you say. Completely with you on that. As Russell was bottoming out so much on the run to 14, he's doing it again on the straight. Stays third, loses some time as well. But Russell's having a horrible time there. Yeah, I completely agree. I don't know where my love for Bahrain came from, because if I remember correctly, when it was a day race, it was one of the most boring races we had on the F1 calendar. It just didn't work.
I think it's the night, honestly.
Yeah.
I think having a night race just makes it look so much more interesting as a circuit. And I think it's just the atmosphere of a night race.
Yeah, I think it's just that feeling, isn't it?
And especially how the light
yeah.
reflects off the cars,
Yeah.
and it sounds weird, but there's almost a certain look to night sports. Even if you go and look at something like football,
I know what you mean.
When you've got a night game, just how the lights and the cameras, it looks like a night sport. As Yuki Tsunoda had a bit of an issue.
Yeah, just twitched off, didn't he, having a spin round. Rachel Brooks is down with Naomi, down at turn 10.
Interesting to see the difference of driving style through 9. We saw not only the AlphaTauri, but also the Haas staying quite wide, and there's a bump just at the end of that red and white curve there. They're hitting that. Maybe
Vettel
not,
passes Latifi on the inside to turn 1.
Stabilizing the car a little bit, and that might have been the first part of Yuki's problems when he stopped down there.
We've seen quite a few of the cars come through here now, and impressive. I mean, the Ferrari definitely looks to us as though it's coming through here the quickest at the moment.
Yeah, Ferrari and the Red Bull, they both are quite edgy, quite quick through here. The McLaren also has a very nice, very smooth line, and none of them are compromising their exit, coming in here pretty hot.
This car has also caught our attention because he came through very quickly. We weren't sure he was going to make the corner, but he absolutely did.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to see a sector time. It's hard to say from here. I wonder how much of that might be an optical illusion of where we're standing and the difference in the line that he's taking compared to some of the other cars. But the Haas does look really quick through here, I will say.
Yeah, we were wondering, Kevin Magnussen putting that time on the timesheet last night when he put that time on, and we all came in this morning thinking the Haas is quickest, but actually they do seem to have made some improvements, don't they? That does look a much better car than they had last year and positioning wise.
Absolutely. I think what is interesting is I think this morning we all wondered, does that mean that the others are potentially sandbagging? Does that prove that? But actually, having looked at it throughout the day today, it looks really strong. So props to them for, coming with a stronger car this year, and it'll be really interesting to see next week when we really know what's going on, just how much they've improved.
Exactly, it is interesting. What can you read into any of this, Crofty? But I know that's what you're going to be doing in the next hour, in this final hour of running here.
Well, that's what we're going to be doing. And what a little battle it has been, Tom, between Vettel and Latifi on that previous run. They've been properly racing at it.
Have, and I'm not too sure the drivers like racing with each other in testing.
I don't, yeah.
I think it's, and I just wonder why they do it.
So I get out
and
of my
why
way,
Latifi, who's not got the DRS, doesn't just let Vettel through.
Did he want to try and find what it was like running in a tow for the mechanics, or do you reckon that he was just like, I want track position here and get back ahead? Because he's still following him. According to the driver tracker on the F1 app, Vettel and Latifi are still close to each other as they come down the sand dune section again.
Potentially. I think potentially. And I know, was it Fittipaldi this morning was speaking about how, in fact it might have been this afternoon.
It was, yeah, with Buxton this morning. Yeah, in the afternoon.
He was speaking about how he was following one of the Williams drivers, and he was sort of experimenting with how you could follow in the dirty air. I'm not too sure why, considering he's not driving this year. Perhaps there's still hope there for him.
Yeah, but, hopefully. I hope there is hope. I really do, because otherwise it'd just be a depressing one for the rest of the year. Russell's going back out on the track soon, but he's got no rear tyres at the moment. They're adjusting the rear setup, so maybe they're trying to change that, your favourite word, Tom, porpoising situation that's going out there. Quickly to the chat, because oh my!
Now, actually, sorry, I've just completely cut you off there. I was reading what Adam has said in the chat.
Exactly what I was.
He says, "Do you watch American motorsports like IndyCar and NASCAR? I am a huge IndyCar and IMSA fan. I say huge IndyCar fan. I watch all of the IndyCar races, but yes, I do like a bit of American motorsport."
You're going to get a phone call now from Joe Samiego, who is our boss at Grid Network, to maybe come on and do some work at IMSA races and at IndyCar, because we do the preview shows and wrap-up shows for.
Yes, I was watching
Yes.
one of them the other day actually when you were on talking about Mazepin.
Oh, that one.
Yes, it was very good actually.
Oh,
I have
thank
to
you
say,
very much.
because it was right in the midst of all of the Ukraine stuff kicking off, and I thought you spoke about it very well actually, with the Nikita Mazepin stuff. Because a lot of journalists, I find, particularly around F1, they sort of jump on one extreme side, like, oh, Mazepin's a terrible person. But no, I thought on the grid it was actually quite balanced, which is a nice change.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't agree with what he did a couple of years ago with everything, and I don't agree with why he was in Formula One. But in all credit to him, he's set up the charity for disabled children, and he is helping them an awful lot, and he's making their lives a lot better as well. And he was genuinely improving as a driver. I mean, the end of last year he got COVID, which is terrible, but he was improving as a driver. He was improving working with the team, and I thought he was really starting to develop and mature. And then it was a disappointment that he can't race, but at the end of the day, it's not right for him to race because of where he's got his money. In effect, it is war profiting, which isn't right.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, the key to it. It's not him as a person that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's the fact that a lot of his dad's money, they've got personal ties to Putin. I think that is the issue. Yeah. And, if it was another Russian driver, it wouldn't be so bad. But it's the fact that it is literally someone who is, from what we understand, close to the Putin family. As GKP Tech asks, are there any news on the McLaren brakes? They seem to have been fine this afternoon. Lando Norris is out on track now. He's ran 70 laps, and his previous lap was a 1:40.5. So whatever problem they had down at McLaren, it seems to be going all right at the moment.
That's the fantastic news as well, considering that they lost so much running yesterday because of it. And they flew in new parts overnight, and they just got them on the car in time this morning as well. Just quick going through as well, because Synthel says, if you ever decide to commentate live on F2, then I'll be very happy to join. Furthermore, I probably can't really join for a race because I won't know a lot about the series or the driver names. No worries at all. Current plan is to see, we're deciding what we're doing with F2 and F3 in this coming week, actually, because it starts in Bahrain, both of them. But it's a question of, can we add that to the bill with every other series we've got going on, which it might take a bit of time. Further on as well, Josh plays, I love Bahrain as a circuit. I love these little battles, says Synthel as well. I think Bahrain is a really good track. Everyone agreeing with what you said there, Tom, as well. And it really is a great one. Synthel also says as well, wait, why wasn't Albon driving earlier this PM session? Apparently
they changed it, didn't they?
Yeah, they changed it
because of the fire yesterday.
Yeah, so it's now the Tiffy instead of Albon, who lost time, and Albon had more time. And also, how old is Mazepin? Are we asking too much of a kid? Mazepin is my age, so he's 23, isn't he? 22, 23? Something like that? Mazepin? 22?
You're 22 right now.
Yes, he is 23.
Depends when his birthday is.
Depends when his birthday is. So yeah, so he's 22, 23, but still.
I'll Google it.
Oh, thank you very much, Tom. Oh, Megan's kicked the... Oh, here we go again. Megan has literally walked in and she has kicked the entire commentary box table around. And that you've literally been here 5 minutes and you're already getting me in trouble as well. So hang on. You're talking. Hang on. What better idea?
He's 23. He was 23 on the 2nd of March.
Thank you, Megan.
Yes, born in 1999.
1999, yes. Thank you very much, Megan. See, she's gone over to the board where I should have looked, actually, because I keep forgetting I've left, purposely, I left my driver notes up from Abu Dhabi all those months ago. So I've still, for testing, because I knew if I'd filed them, I'd never find them again. So I've left them up on the wall, and it shows me all the drivers' birthdays. So I should have just looked there. Anyway, Tom.
I went through.
Go on.
I went through a flurry of notebooks, you see, because I had one that was running for the last year. Put all my sim racing notes in there, then my dog ate it.
No.
Yes.
Genuinely, your dog ate it.
Yes. Well, the notebook is actually a lot of the pages still intact, but she took the complete cover off and decided to have a go at it.
Wow. Oh, thanks. Oh, Lando Norris behind Yuki Tsunoda down to turn 1.
We could have literally had the thing.
The what?
Our dog ate our homework. So
I see.
1, our homework was online.
So,
and 2,
yeah.
we didn't have a dog.
So Lando Norris coming out turn 4 and nearly hitting the back of Yuki Tsunoda, but he himself had a problem, and that was wrong part of the track to be at. We've got some breaking news, Tom, before we let you go for the relax. Chris Maitland has tweeted 6 minutes ago, some McLaren young driver talent news, you say? Right then. McLaren has signed Colton Herta to Formula 1 development deal.
Now, I wonder, actually, is that a little bit of foreshadowing for next week?
I'm thinking the same. It's just been announced. Racer has learned that the front-running NTT IndyCar Series driver has been signed to a testing and development deal by McLaren that will see the 21-year-old take part in F1 tests designed to interweave with his full-time Andretti Autosport IndyCar program. Now, do you remember we talked about throughout this test as well that each F1 team has to give up both of their cars at one time across the season for F1 juniors? I wonder if Colton's going to be in the car at some of those, or maybe even as early as next week. But would he really?
I mean, he does seem to be next in line for a Formula 1 seat, particularly that Andretti drive that we see being talked about for, is it 2023 they want the Andretti cars?
2023, yeah, indeed. What is going on out there? Can hear that? Back in the comments box, we can hear like a buzzard helicopter at the back. I'm not sure what that's all about. But yeah, I wonder if that is a sign, because 2026, isn't it, I read? But maybe it is 2024.
That might be me going wrong. It might be 24, yes.
Yeah. Oh, Tsunoda, big time off the track at turn 15. Big snap of oversteer and drifts off wide. And
That's the second one in the last 15 minutes or so from Tsunoda. And
I think there was a puff of black brake smoke as well as he came in. But he has gone 4th with that time, 1:33.002. I doubt he'll be allowed to keep it, though. But yeah, he went off once and he went off again. But the question is, are we going to see Colton Herta in the car next weekend if we know Danny Ricciardo probably won't be driving. I'll be amazed if he is driving.
But would he give up his IndyCar title charge for a drive in F1?
Yeah, and it's on an oval, isn't it, next week?
Because he seems
Texas, yeah.
pretty set on wanting that IndyCar title, and I'd say he's probably favourite this year for the IndyCar title.
There's a question if it's just one. Lando Norris is locked up big time into the pit lane. But there's a question: is next weekend? It's round 2 of the IndyCar season. It's Texas, isn't it? It's the Motor Speedway. It's an oval. It's a big race as well. A lot of points on offer. I don't see him racing. I don't see him racing in Formula 1. I think he'll stay in IndyCar. I think you're right, Tom. Completely.
But then again, Texas has been a snooze fest the last couple of years, so I wonder if he prefers Formula 1 over that.
He hasn't done very well there, has he, when he's raced there? Michael Andretti is supportive of McLaren Herta F1 deal. McLaren insists it's not the reason it signed him, but it couldn't end up being. Just quick, because Ted Kravitz is down with Mattia Binotto. We'll keep you on, Tom, until after and discuss it more a little bit, and then we'll swip over.
Sportiva, thank you very much. And the team that's on everybody's attention at the moment, Ferrari, Mattia Binotto, of course. What's your assessment of what we've seen now that testing's almost over?
As far as I think focusing on ourselves, it has been 6 days positive because we're running consistently, learning a lot from the car, getting a lot of data, cross-correlating with back at Maranello wind tunnel simulator, and that was the first objective, and I think that we achieved it. Then, in terms of performance, it's very difficult to judge. I still believe that both Red Bull and Mercedes are the main, let me say,
you do?
I do. I think they are the ones that won last year. They are both world champion, driver or constructor. They have proved to be very strong teams in the past. They had a second of advantage at the end of last year. I think there are no reason why they are not the favorites today. So for me, they are the favorites. I think as Ferrari, we should try to be at least outsiders, try to be as close as we can. And if we look at the performance so far, so difficult to judge. I will hope, and that's certainly a hope, that we will be very close at the end altogether.
But Ferrari are still keeping momentum, aren't they, Mattia, from last year? And if you continue on that graph, you'll get, that's quite a good end to that momentum graph.
I think if you look at the last seasons as well, before we finished second, 17 has been a good season, 18 has been a good season as well. So it's true 2020 has been a very difficult one for us, and 2021 most of the car was frozen as well. So I'm pretty sure that team is a great team. It can be a strong team. I'm pretty sure that he can prove once again this year that we can be back to be competitive. But that's where we are focused on. There is much to do. I think a very long season. Bahrain is the first race, but there will be other 22 or 21 race after it, and I think development through the season will be a key element as well. So let's see. It's a matter of stay focused on ourselves and try to do the best.
Okay, and just a final thought on your drivers then. You've got two excellent drivers. Everybody rates them. Martin Brundle, I know, who's up in the commentary box, rates them as highly a driver pairing as anybody in the pit lane. I think you struggle to convince anybody anything else. Are you looking forward to what Charles and Carlos can deliver this year?
Certainly, I think they are very good and talented drivers, very fast, good racers. They've got an objective, which is a common objective, and I hope that we can have a good championship. And last year they proved that they can be, at least they are going well together, so I think that's getting on well together. So I think that's important as well, and the right spirit. Let's start the season, let's enjoy, and I hope they will enjoy as well.
Well, I'm sure the Tifosi will enjoy it out there because, well, you may be playing it down, he may be playing it down here, guys, but a lot of people's attention is on Ferrari as we end testing here in Bahrain. Back to you.
Looking good as well. And yeah, Tom, so two questions to end on before we let you go. Yep. Question one, who do you think is going to take the Ricciardo seat if he can't race next weekend?
So initially I thought Stoffel van Dorn, but obviously he'll be racing in either the Sebring 12 hours or the Sebring 1000 that we've got next week. So obviously he won't be driving. Pato O'Ward is also in IndyCar next week, so he won't be driving. And then Colton Herta, I'd imagine, probably also won't be driving. I don't think Colton Herta has enough super license points anyway.
Oh, yeah, because he didn't win the title, did he?
No.
Oh, good. Oh, dear.
Although there is a caveat in the FIA rulebook that says anyone deemed to have exceptional single-seater ability.
Oh, and that's Herta. Okay, so that might be right then.
So I suppose you could count that. So to be honest, I think Oscar Piastri would be the most likely choice. Although whether McLaren would want to take a gamble on someone that isn't in their team, I'm not too sure. Particularly because Oscar Piastri could quite literally drive for McLaren and then get to relay secrets back.
Yeah, it's like it's too much of a spy world, isn't it? And it's two different engine manufacturers, Renault for Alpine as well, and then Mercedes has got the McLaren team formatting as well. So that's a bit close. Final question though, I asked this earlier on to Synthol, I asked this to Jess as well. Ask it to you. Who's your unlikely winner for F1 in 2020? Which unlikely team do you see being there?
So, as in the team I think is most likely to pick up a race win without, or are you talking about the team that's going to do surprisingly well?
Yeah, the team that's going to be surprisingly well and maybe even win a surprise Grand Prix like we saw with Alpine and AlphaTauri last year.
I think my safe bet is that I think Aston Martin are going to win a Grand Prix this year. I think they've been threatening for a couple of years, and I think they've got the regulations spot on, and they'll be up there.
Absolutely. Right, Tom Dunn, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
See you in ERC next weekend for the 4
we'll
hours.
Do.
Thanks, Tom. See you later.
4 hours.
That's the one.
See you.
See you
Thank you
later.
very much.
Bye-bye. Tom Dunn there, just talking with us as the whole host of commentary team has joined us now for the first time of the year. Ian Birch alongside Megan Birch as well. And Megan, question as well to you as well, first off as well. We've got 45 minutes to go, and we're starting to see the glory runs start to come in, aren't we? We've got Leclerc at the top of the board, 143.371. He did that on the C5 tyre compound. It's getting tense out there, isn't it?
It really is, and it's actually shocking to see so many drivers, including Bottas, that are so far ahead of what Hamilton is. And some of them have done even less laps than he has. And it's very concerning because he's very slow right now. He's literally 17th. He's right down there with people that haven't done anything today. And Magnussen, who's just got back into the car, getting used to it after being off.
Yeah, he's struggling out there as well. Magnussen had a water pump issue this morning. He hasn't taken even further running. Sonoda looking quick out there. Oh, a little twitch at turn 11, and that's kicked him off as well. That's happening a lot. We've seen it over this test as well. They're all kicking the oversteer moments ever so slightly. It's just costing them a lot of time. We've opened up the tweet deck. Josh Plays back in the comms box as well. He's down at race control. We'll be hearing from him throughout the session as well. In more of the pit reporter role that he'll be serving throughout the year at the races he's doing. As well, and of course we've still got the YouTube chat open as well. We've been talking about who's been going to replace Danny Ricciardo if he can't run over the course of the Grand Prix, and that will be either, as it's just turned out before we came to the commentary box, it's been announced that Colton Herta has signed with McLaren to be a Formula One development and test driver for the foreseeable future, whether across this season as well. Oh, sorry, go on.
He's remaining with IndyCar?
Yes, yeah, he's remaining with IndyCar, but he's taking on this development role as well.
Because Herta's just started the season well.
Yeah, with good results early on. And he could also do the...
Because he didn't have a very good season last year after the crash.
No, he didn't. Where was the crash? Music City, Nashville, yeah. That was another little annoyance one. Right, we've opened up the YouTube chat bigger on the laptop screen as well, so we can all see it because we've run out of monitors. As you can see, yeah, Synthal says as well, I think Piastri will replace Ricciardo. Josh Play says, I agree with that one as well. I want to know who your predictions are in the chat. Who's going to replace Ricciardo? Of course, Ricciardo might still race, but in the past, when it's back-to-back weeks, we haven't seen drivers running.
Yeah.
Ricciardo got COVID in Italy at the Dutch Grand Prix, didn't race in that one, didn't race a week later.
He's got it a second time.
So who's the
Does
test driver?
Yeah.
I remember Raikkonen.
Who's the test driver?
McLaren's test driver is that of... Yeah, McLaren's test driver is that of Stoffel Van Dorn and Nick de Vries, because they're sharing them with Mercedes as their entire team. So that's one thing that they've wondered, because Van Dorn is racing at the Sebring 12 hours or the 1,000 miles, and Nick de Vries is also there.
Bottas. Fourth.
Wow, that's a great time on the boards.
Yeah,
then
the
for
Alpha
them.
did well this morning for the first time in this test.
It was a 1:32.985, by the way.
Don't know what happened. That everything suddenly went quiet in the box. Sonoda's gone off down turn.
I think Wang Yu Zhou did really well this morning in that Alpha.
Yeah. I must admit, I love our colour scheme at the moment. We got an orangey yellow, we got a blue, and we got a green. We look very colourful at the moment.
Orangey yellow, blue makes green.
Is it?
Well, orange.
I'll take your word
technically
for that.
yellow and blue makes green, so I'm guessing maybe orangey yellow makes either brown or dark green.
So you're telling me we've coordinated without even trying?
Yeah, especially in order.
Yeah.
Of a colour scheme.
Okay, that works. We've seen Verstappen go to south. Oh, that is Valtteri Bottas coming to a stop on the back of the track down at turn 8. That might throw a red flag. And once again, we saw this happen yesterday. Valtteri Bottas come to a stop after the safety car standing start procedure was brought in. And I think he's had a spin as well. Look at that on the tyres, look. Oh, is that it? Just a yellow. Thanks, Josh. He's just said that back in our ears.
So he sets a good time.
And then it conks out.
And then it conks out. Reliability. Martin was saying that if anything, if there's any problem, it's going to be the Alfa Romeo's reliability.
He's stopped it already. So
they're going to be the new Haas.
Alpha,
everybody in the pit lane seems to think they're going to be the new Haas, bottom of the pile.
Weird, because Haas is still
But they were
bottom of
quick.
the pile.
They have been quick, but it's going to be reliability.
Have you noticed how fast Schumacher's been?
Yeah, Haas have really got some dolo. We worked out earlier on, I think it was me and Josh on the comms at that point in the day, that Mazepin's time from last year and Magnussen's from yesterday, Magnussen was quicker by 0.2, but in reality, because the cars are so different, Haas have actually improved by about 2.5 seconds.
Magnussen did a 1:33.207, and Mazepin in the 2021 Bahrain qualifying did a 1:33.273.
Thank you, Josh. See, bang on. So
700.
Yeah, 700. Thank you, not 2/10. So 700, and combine that with the regulation change, it's a lot different. As Bottas jumps out the car, anti-stall kicked in as well. So that's just getting back to the pit lane and restart it. But with 39 minutes to go, do you reckon they would get it back in time?
They might.
Because
if they were quick.
Well, technically, we've only got 20 minutes to go because they're going to red flag it with 15 minutes to go to do a rolling start procedure again, like we saw last night. So we're going to keep a hold on that. Adam says as well, Piastri for me as well, replacing Ricciardo. I think that's the done deal, isn't it? It's going to be Oscar Piastri because that was announced that Alpine have allowed their development driver to go and race if needed.
The other thing is that Fittipaldi's ready to race if they manage to do a deal.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yes, of course, Fittipaldi, yeah.
Valtteri don't look happy.
He doesn't, does he? He looks fed up. Is that a man who's deflated that he's gone from one of the most reliable teams on the grid to seemingly one of the most unreliable?
Yeah.
I said earlier that I think Fittipaldi is a totally different proposition now. You know, he's proved in that car this week that he can do it.
Absolutely. I finally got the computer working, so Josh plays back up in the control as well down there on the pit lane screen. Hopefully that will be working a lot more this year, the pit lane mods, that we can drag you in. When
I'll be
you need it.
hopefully in race control messages every single race.
Fab.
But let's just take a moment to appreciate how big of a timing screen I have.
Wow. That's what we need up in the box. We can just about see ours, but is that a 28-inch screen?
That's a 40-inch TV screen. Red flag, red flag.
Yeah. I knew that was coming. Alpha want the car back. Oh, they can't
I've
push
got
it.
the
It's
big
stalled.
screen
Yeah.
over there, but I've also got the a small screen on the one right behind, right in front of me, so I don't have to keep turning back.
I've got our monitor that we look at the screen is 40-inch. I can't imagine how big the timing screen must be. Ideally, what I would have liked is 2 screens side by side, or maybe
Where would we put it?
2 little screens either side of the big one. But
Shall
yeah.
we just
Oh, we'd need another
talk about the
Yeah.
world record of laps that a tyre has done?
Yeah, Sonoda's car transponder has failed, so it looks like his tyres have stayed on. They've combined the entire of the grid together, it seems.
I found out what the number of laps that that tyre has done.
Oh, right, because it was one long number. What is it then?
1,647,097,064 laps.
That is one hard Pirelli tyre. It's the ultra hard. It's the mega hard.
And just so happens that is
because Ocon holds the title.
Yeah, it does. Go on.
that is the same figure that Abramovich wants for Chelsea.
1,392,000,000. Yes, SHT says, from your perspective, which teams do you think are not in good shape this season?
Chelsea.
I knew you were going there. Alpha. I think I'm Alpha. They're the big worry for me. Looking at that one.
McLaren.
Why? Oh, good shout there from McLaren with their bad breaks that they've had.
For a fairness to them, they drive it down.
They are. Yourself, Dad? Which team do you think are looking trouble?
Looking trouble, Alfa Romeo.
Yeah. Haas actually looked good for once.
Until today, I would have said hands down Alfa Romeo. But what Ross Brawn wanted of bringing them all closer together has actually happened because Haas has improved.
Yeah.
And Alfa aren't too far away. It's their reliability that's letting them down. And so, strangely enough, McLaren seems to have got the air ducts on the front brakes completely wrong. They're trying a different set now, but they're overheating the front brakes.
Speaking of teams, in terms of what teams are actually doing well, I would say Williams is definitely even kicking up with the mark even more due to where they are. Because they've got 1 in 13, and where's the TV? 15? I mean, last time in testing, not last time, for last season, they were right down at the bottom of the pile with Haas.
I think in another couple of years, you might see Williams back up with the development they've done in the last season since they've taken the team over. I think that it'll take another couple of years for them to get back up to what they legendary was, and I think they would be challenging for race wins in a couple of years.
Hopefully.
Red flag is out, by the way, because the Valtteri Bottas' car is properly stuck at the exit of turn 4.
Is it that plank that's making it not be able to move? Isn't that like the Nipa pausing thing?
I don't know what's going on with it. The car's going to anti-stall, but I think it's actually locked. It's stuck in gear.
The porpoising
so
is-
I just whacked my head on my desk.
Oh, be careful! I've done that before.
My control panel for my ring light is under the desk.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, yeah. Megan walked into the commentary box when Tom was on and whacked the side of the computer monitor, nearly sent this entire deck flying off.
Well, that's because you won't move out of the way that way, so I only had to go that way.
Yeah, but under my lead as well.
Yes,
Looking
it's
forward.
difficult.
Were you going to say something?
Yeah, so I was going to say that my dad was a mechanic, and the number of times mechanics hit their head here on the bonnet catch.
Yeah.
That's on the top, on the bonnet, underneath the top of the bonnet, that goes into the main brace, and Grandad always had some kind of scrape on his forehead.
Sorry, it's me just trying to get this chair out of the way so I can actually stand up properly. Didn't he have a dent in his head?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I seem to remember Grandson having a dent in
Yeah, I
his head.
don't know what. I don't know. I mean, he did all
He
sorts.
was in a war, I guess.
Yeah, he was in the Second World War, and he was a paratrooper, and
He probably hit his head on like a street lamp, maybe.
he also managed to actually lose his lorry over a cliff, over those hills in the mountainous area of India, right? He managed to, luckily. He was forced wide and it went over, right? But it didn't roll, and he managed to get it to stop, right? 2 bits down. So he didn't. If it had rolled, none of us would have been here.
So you're telling me that Grandad basically did the Italian job?
Grandad also did amazing things during the war. He was at Arnhem and things like that, and. He went 10 o'clock the night before on D-Day. Yeah.
Practice run.
No, yeah. Well, they had to get.
Oh damn! It's the wrong time.
Well, the commandos that were with them went in an hour before them, and then they went in to secure something around. I think what's it called, Caen.
Yes.
They went to secure something around Caen, so that I think it was the Panzer Division couldn't get through. Something like that. Your mum's the expert on the wars.
I'd like to point out as well that it's one of my favourite jokes in Family Guy. Actually, was they were doing a flashback of a war sequence, and it's Peter saying that I stormed the beaches of Normandy. Unfortunately, it was 1953, and nobody was much bothered at that point.
Kick sand into someone's eye screen. Yeah.
Bit like what was it? Was it George Bush who turned up to Vietnam in 1981?
Oh yeah.
That was another good one.
George Bush Senior, the Purple Heart or the Congressional Medal that the servicemen in the United States can get. I don't know what it's actually called, but didn't George Bush Senior win it twice? For attacking, because he was a fighter pilot, wasn't he? And he was for attacking Japanese ships.
Yes, I think you're right.
I think he won it twice, which is amazing.
Hazel Southwell's tweeted something for the first time in a while, and what's she saying? I don't know what is going on about here. Oh, flatmate, beloved, as well, and me just did a show and tell comparison between our different Lidl olives. I went for a Greek week, him Spanish. From a shopping trip we went on together. If you're wondering how short of conversations topics you get when you hang out 24/7.
Yeah, my daughter in Nottingham, she loves Lidl. Mandy your mum goes to Lidl occasionally, but we're really
sorry, Dad.
Aldi
Megan,
people, aren't we?
I've just looked. When you knocked it, you've actually shifted the entire commentary box computer
Aldi
to nearly
and
have fallen
Morrison's.
off. Yeah, Aldi and Morrison's. And absolutely, you've got to say, I love Aldi's cakes section. Some of the best cakes they've got there. Lidl too, actually. Lidl's got a nice little section.
Well, Lidl's got their own bakery down there,
Yeah.
down near Tesco's down the road.
Lidl does banging Bammy Gwinnett. So, first
You're
one of the year.
obsessed.
Yeah. Let's see. Adam says, early pick for F1 World Championship. I'm saying Lewis Hamilton, says Adam. And that's the same as what Josh has said. Don't need to ask you, Dad.
Lewis,
There you
but can I also say, having seen
Of
Valtteri
course.
there, right? And I did hear what you all said yesterday about the Lewis Hamilton fan club and that I was a part of it and the rest of you were neutral. If you lot are neutral, well,
I enjoyed a lot of
I just
Lee
accept
racing.
that my guy's never going to win.
Alonso,
Where is he? 10th.
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, but Ocon...
He's a midfielder.
Ocon topped the timesheet
Oh, is he?
yesterday.
Because we've just had a midfield scorer for us.
There's a footballer who played in midfield called Alonso. Can't remember his name, though.
He's a Chelsea player. In fact, there's 5 Alonsos, but they all play in Germany and Italy, apart from the Alonso that plays for Chelsea.
Rachel Brook.
Session will resume at 6:33 local, as known as 1 minute and a half.
And Rosanna is down with Mario Isola.
November of the previous year, so no changes are possible. But I believe we have to analyze carefully the data from yesterday and 2 days ago, because it was much hotter than expected. Today is probably more representative with the weather conditions that are expected for the race next week, so a lot more relevant. And also we have seen that the level of degradation today was much lower compared to yesterday and 2 days ago.
I spoke with Carlos Sainz earlier, and he said that, in fact, the degradation was very high, whether he was referring to what you say in terms of the weather. But is that something we are going to see then, maybe throughout the season? Different tracks, obviously higher degradation, and teams having to manage that?
I believe that in general we are going to see lower degradation compared to the past. That was one of the targets for us to design the tires, less overheating. But here in Bahrain, yesterday we had 50 degrees of track temperature, and obviously conditions that were quite extreme on a track where you have the highest roughness of the tarmac and a layout that require a lot of good traction. That means that you overstress the rear tire, and the degradation is and was much higher than expected. That's why I said today probably we have better data.
And as we get into the season, in terms of the tyre choices available, the different compounds available to the teams and drivers, will you be working with them in the FIA to alter perhaps the offering at certain races in the season?
Yeah, we made a plan for the races. We have a draft allocation that we decided after the test in Abu Dhabi. But obviously we have to refine this decision based on what we see. For the first 3 races, the tires are already on the way, so we cannot make any change. But for the rest of the championship, we are open to change the selection if it is needed. We have the 3 hardest compounds here in Bahrain. We have C2, 3, and 4 for Saudi, and we decided to have a jumping compound for Melbourne, where we nominated C2, 3, and 5. That was mainly because during our tire development test, we saw that the delta between compounds was quite close, while with the new cars we are seeing something different. We are seeing that the delta between C2 and C3, for example, is probably in the range of 1 second per lap. Last year with the mule cars was less than half a second. So we have differences if I compare last year with mule cars and this year with the current cars. They have a different aero package, they have different brakes, they have a lot of differences, and in the way on how to operate the tires. These are all elements that are really important for us for designing even a better tire for next year. So if we have to plan any fine-tuning to the tires for next year, that's really important for us.
In Barcelona, some of our experts were sort of thinking through how strategies might play out this year, and they were saying that it may actually be difficult for teams and drivers to know when to come in, because, as you say, if that low tyre degradation plays out as you hope it will, they won't actually be ready to stop. Is that correct?
There is always a learning curve when you have a new product and a new package like the one we have this year. So it's the car, how the car is working, if it is really possible to stay close to the car in front and to overtake
Spin,
All
spin,
these
spin, spin,
elements are
spin. Max Verstappen does a 360 at the exit of the start-finish straight and just gets out of the way of Fernando Alonso. But a big spin from Verstappen. He was starting on a push lap and he just rotated around on him. Big one there.
Yeah, one of the best controllers. One of the best controllers of a spin is Mr. Verstappen. Do you remember the one where he managed to was heading towards the wall and he managed to like rear slide it so it was straight in Brazil?
Yes, I do. In the rain. Let's take a look at how that happened then. No, wrong one. I just lost it, didn't he, at the exit? And
He doesn't. He never panics.
Yeah, he never did. No, you're right.
He never ever panics, Max. When things like that happen, he's just instantly trying to figure out how to correct it.
I know Josh can hear us, but he's having a problem with his screen at the moment.
Massa used to be like that as well. Massa used to be fairly good at those sort of things when he was actually conscious. He wasn't too good at doing it when he wasn't conscious.
Let's hope he isn't taking over Nikita's job.
When someone's bolt hit him on the head, the poor Barrichello, yeah. His mate.
Yeah, his own mate did it, yeah.
They're still mates.
Megs, wait, the interview's over now, by the way. Megs, just take us through what's happening with Russell's lap at the moment, because he's down 6-1.
I never got to say who I thought was
Oh, well, you take that then while I do this.
What was the question?
who would be the pick for World Championship this season. I never got to say mine.
Well, off you go then.
It's a bit of an unusual choice.
Who is?
Leclerc.
Leclerc for champion.
Well, yeah, the way Ferrari are going, that's
yeah.
not out of the question, is it?
To be fair, I was just thinking that's a really good shot. I was going to say the same, to be fair, and I'm not even sure if that will work. What is going on with this?
The interesting thing is, Sainz ain't getting the same out of this new Ferrari as Leclerc did.
No, he's not, is he?
Well, he's been there longer. He knows it better.
Sorry, we're having numerous errors now all of a sudden for some reason. Nothing's working, and it's really annoying at the moment.
He's not the only thing that's really annoying, is it, Meg?
Okay, that one works.
Oh, look at him. Just look at him. That's really annoying.
Okay, so we've got Josh, but we'll have to be on this screen as well because now he's operational. Hello, Josh. I don't know what's happening at the moment. It keeps flying around everywhere, taking things off. But Verstappen's staying up there on those tyres and he's having another go at it. Anything from the pit lane? Because I know you would have probably been looking at what was happening with this Oscar Piastri situation. What's your view? Will Oscar Piastri race next week?
I think he will if Daniel Ricciardo cannot make it to the first round. Well, he is there, but of course the fast racing.
Mark Webber's his manager, isn't he?
Oh, this is leaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I'll put this on the floor. I don't want it on my desk. Mark Webber is his manager at the moment. Megan, can you pass me a kitchen roll, please? It's somewhere on that desk. Maybe on the floor under the jacket.
That's a good shout, actually. It might be a good idea if I get Tweet Deck up.
I've got one. It's all right, Max. Yes.
I think you used them all.
Oh, right. Look at this from Max Verstappen. Fastest first sector of anybody so far of this test. These are the glory ones we're on about.
I was wrong earlier, by the way. Virtually every one of them now has the on the wheel covers as deflections.
Yeah,
they've all got the grooves in them now.
They didn't at the start of the test, though.
Red Bulls are quite wide.
They are. They're bigger than Mercedes ones, especially on the inside front left, look.
Yeah.
And here comes Verstappen then. And Leclerc was a 132, 415 across the board. Fast sector 1, fast sector 2. Verstappen on the C5 tyre compound. What's he telling us? 131? 973. 131? He's 4 tenths faster than Leclerc. And it's a 131.9. Good. 132, 415 for Leclerc.
Well, we expected this, didn't we, in the last hour of for them to actually at some stage just turn the engine up a little bit.
I have no idea how that has has Where's Mercedes pace?
Josh plays. What was the time in the race in the qualifying last year here?
He's going to look that up for us as Verstappen gets through.
Because I've got a feeling that's still 4 seconds off that.
I will go into the archives and have a look.
Cheers, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
Absolutely, Ted Kravitz, by the way, for Josh as well, down in the pit lane.
Ted Statman,
that's what
Josh
it
plays. Ted started his career on something you really love, British touring cars.
Oh, he did, of course, yes.
Yeah, he did. He started as a runner and then a pit lane reporter on British touring cars.
I've just worked out they've only got 3 minutes of running left before they throw the red flag. For that rolling start test.
Yeah, both of the times we saw the rolling start or standing start, they threw the red flag at 14 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, both yesterday evening for them, and this morning they did it at the same time, 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
So there's only 4 minutes left.
I think they're going to have to do something with these new wheel arches.
Yeah.
On the front wheels, they can't actually see the yellow line. So,
no, they can't.
We got the situation on that standing start where I think Perez was 2 foot in front.
Yeah.
And or the other way round, and Gasly was 2 foot behind.
Yes, he was too far back. That's why such a great start.
Not Sonoda. Show managed to hit the yellow line out the 4 of them.
Oh, Alonso's wide at the exit there as well. He's on the C3, so it looks like Verstappen's going to end this test fastest. Look, he's come back into the pit lane, actually. No, he's gone back out now on a new set of tyres. He's put on a brand new set of the C5s again. Leclerc's out there on medium compound. Russell's out there on C5 soft compounds.
Yeah, because wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. I might be completely wrong here, but I think it was a 127 something
for pole time last year.
Yeah,
something like that, wasn't it? It was set by
Verstappen. These new cars have still not been.
I've got the qualifying time.
Oh, go on then.
Yeah.
In Q3, the pole lap time set by Max Verstappen was a 1 minute 28.997. The lap time that he did just now, a 1:31.973.
So it's only 3 seconds, but that's a lot.
3 seconds. It was exactly what they predicted the cars might be out. It's what Tom Dillon said earlier on when he was on the broadcast.
Yeah.
So they're exactly 3 seconds slower than what they were. But Haas of them have made the biggest improvements year on year. As Alonso, I think the reason he was so slow.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get many of the speed records with these cars broken. Do you?
No, I don't actually, and that's very disappointing. Because I think last year we all sort of accepted that these were the last of the fastest F1 cars we ever had. Now we've gone to the most raceable cars we've ever had with ground effect. So I hope the show maintains the same.
I think these wheel covers aren't doing their job.
Of deflecting the air.
Yeah.
Alpine keep spinning slightly. Also, I noticed they're decent on the straight, so when they go around a corner, they are better and faster. Whereas...
Did Max set that lap time on flat spot tyres? Let's just get that straight.
I think.
Yeah, I don't think he came into the pits.
He's only just got new tyres, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't think he set... Because he's now just changed over to the new tyres. So the previous set were the ones he did those times on. Oh, did he not?
I believe he did set that 1 minute 31.973 on flat-spotted tyres.
Are there more times to come? Is he even faster? I mean, we all know flat-spotted tyres are rubbish, but... I'm wondering if there's a gap of more than 4/10.
Yeah, I got the feeling that they actually turned that engine up for that run.
Yeah. Wow, this is getting huge. And if they are going to red flag it, we've got a minute to go until that procedure. Synthol as well is saying, oh, hang on a minute, we've lost our YouTube chat. That's annoying. Oh, that's Josh. Hello, Josh. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, it's really kicking off now. That's what he's saying in the board, and it really is kicking off. Off there, that spin and near spin for Max and Alonso. So yeah, you spotted Megan as well. So are these laps going to be cancelled, or are the teams going to say, no, we're not going to do anything, we're going to leave them as it is? We might know that it's going to be a end of the session as Russell right in the way of Lando Norris, and Norris
Get out of the way.
He nearly went airborne there. He nearly collected right up the back of Russell. As Russell darted to the left of the track, and Lando was going for the same part on the racing line, and he took off behind him. Right, 15:40 was 14:47. Wasn't it? So here we go.
We're at 14:40 now, so if they do red flag it, it would be any second now.
We're waiting. Lando thinks it, yeah.
I'll monitor.
Still green.
Flashing red.
Yep, still green. No red flags.
Still green.
Well, they could wait it. It could be any time, but they might stop it. Verstappen, 1:31.973. Then Lando's backed out of a run. He's on C3 tyre compound, so he can go longer as well. It feels like a qualifying session almost, instead of a race.
Russell should learn to get out of the way. Just saying. He may be in a Mercedes now. He's got to learn that Mercedes is a bit more difficult to control. It's not wider, because everything is the same width, technically. Though it's a bit more...
Did he get
noticeable in the way?
Did he get held up by someone on the outside there, or is it just?
It doesn't count in this, does it? In testing.
21 minutes ago.
Say again.
Race fans have tweeted 21 minutes ago about
Vettel wasn't.
Vettel and his helmet.
Oh yeah, we can see it on the tweet deck now. Vettel was not aware. They've just tweeted now, Josh. How about that? Vettel wasn't aware. No war helmet included flag of disputed territory. Well, that's it. That's accidental then, isn't it? And looking at that, updated gallery of pictures from the final day of pre-season testing.
I'm pretty sure that there's still two sides of Cyprus today.
There is, yeah. The one recognised by Turkey.
Greek and Turkey.
Yeah.
Turkish.
Right, here we go again. I think our political correspondent, Edward Hunter, would be able to tell us more about that. Ed, if you're still in the chat, I know you were there when Tom was there. Let me know.
Your sister flew over Cyprus the other day.
Yes, she hasn't been seen since.
Yes, she has.
Yeah, she's back.
We followed the plane all the way from Tel Aviv to Luton, and
You've all picked up my habit.
Then we increased the magnification and watched it go round the airfield to the gate.
Yeah, it's really fun. Same thing. I know you do that as well, Josh, don't you? Track the planes on the app, because was it day 1 or day 2 where something flew over?
Day 1.
Day 1, yeah. The plane flew over the house and you were able to tell us exactly what it was immediately.
Yeah, yesterday I had a Chinook flying over.
Oh, do we have those other?
Do you know, years ago, Josh,
We had 2 jets fly over yesterday.
I was doing a job in Humberston, which is
weren't
about
in
2 or
formation.
3 miles that way, 5 miles, and it's right next to a Donanook, which is a bombing range, as well as a seal colony, and I looked up because I heard a Chinook.
Can you imagine a seal doing
this
bombing
was
tricks?
this must have been about 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And below it was a Land Rover.
Oh,
and
wow.
they were flying a Land Rover.
They were flying a Land Rover?
Yeah, well, they were. The Chinook was there, and the Land Rover was on
the
things underneath it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they were because you can hear a Chinook from a mile away with the flop, 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 flop,
Yeah.
of the 2 blades like slapping together. Those 2 jets that you saw, Megan, were probably Eurofighter Typhoons out of RAF Coningsby.
Oh,
I know they weren't in formation at all. I don't know what they were doing.
Do you know, Josh? We're not in formation?
Well,
Still probably Eurofighter Typhoons.
On the outskirts of town.
It didn't really look
On the
like
outskirts of town, there's the former
They were
RAF
louder,
base, RAF Binbrook, and that was where the lightning
they were-
jets. And when I was a kid, right,
think it was
lightning
like
jets used to fly over, and they were so loud. They were amazingly fast.
Yeah.
Mum will be able to tell you what it looked like properly. I'm not really that sure.
Tom Dillon might be able to help. He's back in the chat at the moment and says,
Was it red or
AFAIK.
silver like?
Was it red or silver?
I think it was
Grey or
silver.
silver?
It's silver.
It's
Silver,
not-
she said.
It's not going to be red because there'll
Silver,
be
then
red
that would
hours.
be a Eurofighter Typhoon, definitely.
Yeah,
Right.
he said grey or silver, not red or silver. It's me getting that wrong.
Tell you really what really does make a noise round here.
Right on, 2 seconds. Lando's gone right round the outside of Russell, and Russell's blocked him. I was on another lap now, and Lando is going to the inside turn 9. That's a brave manoeuvre.
They do know it's not a race, right?
Yeah, I think George was a bit apologetic there, or he just didn't want him in front.
What is got a really loud engine noise are the red and white Bond ones that take people to the rigs.
Yes. Just quick.
Sikorsky's or something like that.
Tom will know. Tom Dillon says, AFAIK, there are two sides. One is basically for a British military base, and the other is Turkish. There you go. So that's the dispute. Tom Dillon says, I live relatively close to an RAF base, so we occasionally get Chinooks flying over here as well. Oh, wow. SHC says,
yeah,
go on, Josh.
I'm quite close to Porton Down, RAF, Boscombe Down, RAF, in that one, RAF, Rise Norton.
Porton Down,
so we get
a development
tons
for chemical weapons, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My word.
So
Dangerous.
I'm in that.
I know the area he's in now.
Yeah. SHC said, which racetrack would you like to see replace the Russian Grand Prix this season?
The favourite at the moment is Qatar, isn't it?
Yes, Qatar is certainly becoming it. I really want Sepang.
Nürburgring.
I would want Malaysia to come back.
Yeah.
But isn't Malaysia like 9 hours ahead of us or something like that?
Yeah, it's on the same. It's like, it'll have to be a night race, otherwise the time zone difference between it would be too much, because Singapore's a week after.
What about Portugal?
Yeah, let's throw in Portugal. That was a great
They
track.
used to test there for years.
Nürburgring, I mean, it's only like an hour and a bit.
Just quickly as well, did Albon suffer from any issues in his Williams car? He's only done 18 laps in this session. No, they've given the seat to the Tifi because he didn't do all his running from yesterday, and Albon's had more time in the car over the 6 days than Latifi, so they're giving the rest of the afternoon to Latifi. Verstappen, fastest first sector, 29.116. Second sector, he's a little bit down on his own best time, but he did hit a slight bit of traffic there.
That time is
Cross the line, across now. Is Verstappen going to go even faster? 1:31.973. Time to beat, just 2 tenths faster. 1:31.720. So that is 6 tenths.
And
the
no
gap.
red flag yet.
Yeah, so we're going to go. It looks like we're going to complete the day. We thought there would be a red flag, but there isn't. They're going to complete the day.
Or maybe we
as well.
might see one at 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, if it's a rolling start, the 14 minutes took way too long. So it probably will be for 5 minutes.
Because
evil.
Yeah.
Well, I was listening to the main commentary, and they said, what I thought, the main medical car and main safety car is not at the circuit yet.
Oh.
So hence why we saw that red Ford Mustang out, the race control vehicle.
Oh.
So maybe they might put it under safety car, bring that car out, and then do a rolling start there.
That way. That explains why we haven't been
Is Bert
seeing any
Malander
tests.
even there?
Yeah, Bert Malander's there. But the safety... Well, which one is it? Is it going to be the Aston safety car or the Mercedes-Benz
If you'd have
Black?
asked him nicely, he'd have
It
brought one of
is
these from
the
his van.
Mercedes this weekend. And
oh, thanks, Josh.
talking about
I didn't know that. It's Mercedes this
the
weekend.
first 3 races.
Yep.
Let me just grab it up quickly. I have got the tyre selections from Pirelli.
They've been announced. Right, here we go.
If only that was yesterday.
I know, you would have said it.
They were published on March the 7th, I think, so
Wow.
5 days ago.
Seriously?
Completely missed that bulletin. It's probably in my emails. Go on.
Bahrain, the hardest of the 5 compounds, the hard C1, medium C2, and red soft C3.
Last year it was C2, C3, C4. Why have they gone harder?
Yeah.
Because it's all
Saudi
happened
Arabia at Jeddah, the hard is the C2, the medium is the C3, and the soft is the C4.
They've gone harder this year, haven't they? Last year it was, because it's street circuit, it was a lot softer last year.
I mean, you have to put your order in.
Yeah.
I think it's 8 or 9 weeks
Before.
before. So
What's,
there's no reason they can't release these details a lot earlier.
Is Australia the softest then, with round 3?
I've actually never seen this like that, because it's normally in order, like we would have 1, 2, 3, or 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's split up this time, isn't it?
But for Australia, the hard is the C2, the medium is the C3, soft isn't C4, it's the C5.
They've done a step compound. That is unusual. Usually they like
That
to...
is very unusual.
I did also hear that that Alpine, which is
Oh.
pink at the
Thanks, Josh.
moment,
Go on.
will only be pink for the first 3 races.
Yes, that's true. It's the sponsorship deal for Alpine, so it's going to stay pink for the first 2 races, and then it'll go back to its normal blue livery with the pink.
I thought they
Bit
could
of
only
tea.
have a custom livery for 1 race at a time.
There's a new. I thought so, but considering last year McLaren had different liveries for 3 Grand Prix, the FIA have sort of relaxed that rule ahead of this year.
I'm
The
not
o-
complaining.
The only rule now is that it has to be similar
Strawberry
livery
yogurt,
to the
strawberry
remaining of the year.
And the guy that used to run Le Mans,
We have to find if the Pink Panther tune is
Yeah.
copyrighted. It probably
Strawberry
is.
yogurt, strawberry yogurt, strawberry yogurt.
I want that
strawberry
Pink
yogurt.
Panther theme in qualifying. Here's Alonso now, by the way. Go on.
I will say that, the guy that used to run
I love
the
the
Le
theme.
Mans 24 hours is now effectively the main guy running Formula 1.
Eduardo Freitas.
Freitas, yeah. And Martin's going on and on about the fact that he don't hold any prisoners.
He doesn't.
If they think they had an easy time with Michael Massey and was able to do things that they wanted to do and force him into it, the opposite will be of this guy.
Alonso third with a 1:32.698.
Are you excited, Meg?
That's a good time. It must be fun for Megan, actually. She's got her favourite driver in her favourite ever livery. It must be a fantastic weekend for you, these first 2 in Saudi Arabia.
Which is really strange because she didn't like pink at all when
I
she
don't
was
like
a baby
pink.
or
I don't
a
like
toddler.
pink.
So why do you like the livery?
Because I love strawberry yogurt.
And it looks like strawberry yogurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Tom
But it
Dillon.
is my favourite livery. That of a Mercedes black car.
Tom Dillon says, I could have sworn the FIA rules were that what Alpine is doing is illegal. I thought it was, but apparently McLaren ran 3 different liveries last year, as Megan is
I'll
clearly
also
not
tell
breathing.
everyone that Megan's first race suit was a Williams.
It was, yes.
It was.
And then she had my Cars one that I got.
Yeah, you had a red Cars one, didn't you?
I am convinced that it would fit Mum. She's lost a hell of a lot of weight. She's the size of the... No.
Probably.
No, think about weight. No, seriously.
She is the same weight she has been for the last 40 years, and she's only 49.
No, I think even she would accept that. She's lost a hell of a lot. No, honestly, she is now so...
Novice on a lap time.
She is so
If
stick
she's
thin.
49, then I'm 7.
No, she is so... she is so stick thin. I reckon she could get in that fire suit quite easily. I
Literally.
would love to see it.
Literally, you two are in trouble when you get back in and see her.
Not really, because she
I've
was...
com-
Because when she was 49, I was 7.
I've complimented her. You two have insulted her since you two are in danger.
All my friends say she looks beautiful and looks like she's in her 30s.
London Norris goes
She doesn't
P9.
like the lighting in here because it makes her look older
loves
than
all
she
my
is.
friends.
It's sunny outside. I can see sunshine at the side of the box.
She
That's
loves
nice.
all my friends, Mum does. Because they all say that she doesn't look anywhere near what age she is.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but SHG has said Alonso third fastest. What tyre he used? He used the C5, the fastest tyre compound available.
Do I look my age?
I've shown pictures
said no.
about you, and they say that you don't look your age either.
Yeah. I'm not bothered about people knowing my age.
Yeah, the annoying thing is Saudi Arabia is on.
I'm
is
61 this month.
on the 26th. If you look at the calendar over there, it's on a Saturday, the same day as Saudi
Actually,
Arabia.
it's exactly 2 weeks today.
It is.
2 weeks today, I'll be 61 years old. Just like Martin.
Yeah, same age.
Well, actually, Martin goes 62 soon, doesn't she?
In July the 1st.
July the 1st.
Oh,
I know he's about 10 months older than me.
Yeah.
So.
What?
10 months, I think.
What? Martin and you are what? Separated by what?
About 9 or 10 months.
Oh, months. I said years for a second. Yeah, around about 9 10 months.
Well,
yeah.
he looks it, doesn't he?
C4, C5. It was the C5 tyres, SHG. GKP Tech
I did
says...
park next to him at Sandringham once.
We did, yeah. GKP Tech says, just saw the replay from Max's lap and the car was so planted, I think we have a winner. Yep. But everyone now is going to... Well, it's too late now, surely. Only a minute left. They're not going to get round in time. The cars are just leaving the pit lane, so they're going to go to do a practice start, aren't they?
And I will admit, he did outdo me. I had a sporty red Renault Laguna, and he had an Alfa Romeo Coupe, so...
Yeah. To be fair, though, I think it was
To be
sporty
fair,
Renault.
to be fair, that's what his dad and him did for a living before Formula One.
Sorry, it's just one of my friends had put a typo in what they were saying, and it was so hilarious.
If you
because
go
it was
to
so out
King's
of
Lynn,
character.
if you go to King's Lynn, Brundle is the garage.
I've driven
that
past his
sells-
house.
Sells posh cars.
Yeah, get off of the desk because for some reason this is.
Who's the lad in British touring cars who's
Andrew
dad?
Jordan.
No, not Andrew Jordan, because he does fantastic things to older cars. Whose family business are those 6,000 people and in Yorkshire,
Oh,
and
hang
they've
on.
got the Ferrari dealership in Leeds.
I know it is. Hang on a second. 3 seconds.
Red
2,
and
1.
checkers.
Red flag, checkered flag, test over. So that's the red flag out because they're going to do a standing start procedure. That's why they're out there. So it's delayed to the end. So it's a red flag. And I actually know the reason it's a red flag, by the way. It's not an actual red flag, checkered flag. That's the end of F1 testing for 9 teams. Now, Mick Schumacher gets to go out there for another hour to finalise their test that they missed. So Schumacher's
I'm
going to
not
do another
staying
hour
here for
running.
another hour.
Yeah, but it's not going to be timed, so we're not here.
Who's the British touring car driver that used to have whose dad owns the thingy 6000 in Yorkshire? He's got about 5 or 6 garages, and one of them's Ferrari dealership.
Who? Sutton's dad, isn't it?
It's the lad from Yorkshire who won about 4 or 5 years ago. Josh goes. Does he know?
I'm not sure. Josh, do you know? British touring car driver whose dad owns a garage?
His actual number of his British touring car is 600.
Sam Tordoff.
Tordoff, that's it.
Yeah.
Sam Tordoff.
If you just said that to begin with.
Well, I always go around the houses.
Yeah.
I was a taxi driver.
600 is Sam. Yeah, it's Sam Tordoff's number.
I like to think cool about taxi drivers in psychology with their memory and about how they use it because they have to remember so much information. I was
I'm
going
not
to tell you, and I
saying
can't remember
Yeah,
what it was.
more taxi drivers have
Ironic.
actually won BBC Mastermind
Yeah.
than any other profession.
Yeah, because they have to remember loads.
6.
So, that is it, everybody. Testing is over. 3 days.
Everyone can
Yeah.
relax now.
Yes.
And-
3 days,
and
24 hours done.
One of the reasons is that
There's a law.
we not only talk to people from all different walks of life, but we listen to the radio every day, and you constantly put information. I am a mind of useless information.
Not
Sums you up
useless if-
perfectly.
It's not useless if you make a quiz book.
Right, they're not going to do a standing start or a rolling start. They've cancelled that procedure, so they're just going to come in the pit lane.
I've got Jay's quiz book.
You do. You need to get that in someday.
Is Jay still doing his quiz online?
He is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still getting thousands and thousands. So it's 37,000 views the other day.
Oh, great.
Right. Let's go through the times then for the final. It's Max Verstappen with a glory run who has done the fastest time. 1:31.720. Charles Leclerc second, 1:32.415. Fernando Alonso third, 1:32.698. George Russell fourth, 1:32.759. Then we get Valtteri Bottas fifth on a 1:32.985. Yuki Tsunoda sixth on a 1:33.002. Sergio Perez is seventh, 1:33.105.
Is it
Something
now?
like that. Then we get Mick Schumacher is 8th on a 1:33.151. Norris 9th on a 1:33.191. Vettel 10th on a 1:33.821. Guan Yu Zhou is 11th on a 1:33.959. Gasly is 12th on a 1:34.865. Sainz 13th, 1:34.905. Albon 14th, 1:35.171. Latifi 15th on a 1:35.634. Stroll 16th on a 1:36.029. Hamilton 17th, second to last, 1:36.217. Magnussen 18th and last, 1:38.616. Ricciardo not taking part at all in the test due to COVID, and Ocon ran yesterday all day. And if you ever want to do that, do not have these two dancing around in your eye line. What are you two up to? What are you up to, first of all, Dad?
Well, you were asking for an inhaler the other day, and there's one right there.
Sold.
Oh, it's a very old one. I got this through down there as well.
I'm just stretching.
Just to confirm, Alonso uses C4 soft tyres just now, not C5. They listed him using C4. Okay, so it's C4 tyre compounds. Okay, time for this. Josh, to you first of all. Who is going?
I know exactly what this is.
Oh, God. Who's going to win Bahrain?
Oh. No,
Why?
that isn't.
Oh, what was you expecting?
I was thinking the surprise win.
Oh, go on, surprise win then. Because we got a red flag, didn't we, last time?
Alfa Romeo looks strong, but Ferrari, no, maybe
I'll do
Alpine.
Alpine. Good call. Megan?
McLaren.
Dad?
I'll do a surprise top 10 Schumacher.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Go on.
And the win, I've got to say Lewis.
No, surprise winner, Dad.
It is a surprise winner. Cook. He was
means
he's 17th today. That's a surprise.
All right, see you later. You can go. I'll see you later, Dad.
I'm going. See ya.
Thanks, Dad.
Bye.
See you later.
Not.
Megan and me will stay in the comms box to wrap out with Josh Plays down at Race Control. Megan, if you stand up for a second, we'll switch things around. Going forward, then, it's a very interesting test. The red flag, by the way, has been rescinded now because they're going to send out Schumacher for an hour.
Well, that reminds me of a
And
Magnum
the green light pick exit is open for that hour.
Aha, brill. So that's going to be going through then if Schumacher can go out. But we don't cover that because there's no point because literally they're only going to run a couple of laps anyway. Okay then, Megan. Who's going to take victory in Bahrain after seeing 3 days of testing? Well, actually, no. 48 hours worth of testing, 6 days, 3 in Barcelona, 3 in Sakhir, 24 hours commentating on it. Who's going to take victory in Bahrain? It's a tricky one, but go on, make a prediction. I know.
In all honesty,
Yeah.
I want Leclerc.
All right, I think that's a fair bet. Josh, who's going to win Bahrain?
Leclerc.
Good call. Do you know what? It's unanimous. I'm going Leclerc. Ferrari have been so up there across all of the tests. I know Red Bull just done that glory one, but Ferrari have race pace and they're genuine.
Yeah.
I don't think we've asked you yet, Josh.
And they have a great
Surprise
car.
winner.
Surprise winner this year?
Yep.
You're not going to like it. You're really not going to like it. Surprise winner this year?
Yeah.
Esteban Ocon.
Why would I like that?
Because you were going to hit me for not saying Fernando Alonso.
Oh, I'm not expecting Fernando to get up there. I'm just expecting him to get at least a
I
podium.
will change that. I think Alpine are going to be the surprise winners. But also, I would watch out for Pierre Gasly in the AlphaTauri if that
He's
car's
very
quick.
determined.
Carlos Sainz could take a surprise win as well. But after, that's it. Thanks, Josh. I'll see you next week in Bahrain. Thanks for your company. See you later. And as Megan is about to vanish as well, as we'll conclude this one, I'll ask you one thing, Megan, as well.
What?
Come on, can I go to bed now? I'm really tired.
Yes, go to sleep.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, birthday banner. You got to do it.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. That hasn't fallen off once. Don't let it fall off. Okay, right. Let's have...
Oh, no.
That was deliberate. Okay, let's have a quick testing wrap-up then.
It was.
Who's hot and who's not? Ferrari, hot. Red Bull, hot. Who's not hot? Mercedes, genuinely off the pace. Hamilton even saying they might not be winning races soon. Red Bull are strong, but how true can that be? Ferrari, the only team across the test, look genuinely good. Throw into that as well, McLaren look good. Everybody looking good. We've had 48 hours of testing across 2 different cities in 2 different circuits. We've had 24 hours live. Thank you all very much for joining us. We will see you 6 days' time when we kick off. We'll be live 10 a.m. British time on the Friday for all of the previous show. We'll be live for that as well. Free practice 1 gets underway as well, and free practice 2. Saturday, practice 3 and qualifying. Sunday, the race as well. We will be live at 2:30 for that going forward. GKP Tech has said Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston, Alpine, Haas, and Alpha are the running order. You forgot Williams. My order: Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, Aston, Alpine, Williams, Haas, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, and I'm missing one. I can't remember. That's probably the wrong order. I'll sort that out for McLaren. Oh, McLaren are up in 4th. I'll sort that out going in. I'll tell you what. I'll sort that out going into Bahrain. Thank you all for watching. That's it. Another year of pre-season testing done. Last year it was horrific. This year went like a breeze. Thanks to everyone for joining me in the commentary box as well, from Edward Hunter to Tom Dillon to Jessica to Ed as well. To Josh as well for doing so many hours as well. To Megan Birch and to Ian Birch as well. And to Synthel, of course, for braving for braving the school hours and all the revision in his head as well, for joining us as well. And my thanks to everyone for tuning in as well. We'll be back for the Bahrain Grand Prix in just 6 days' time. It's going to be a lot of fun when we kick off. Thank you for watching. Ferrari quick, Red Bull quick, Mercedes off the pace. Battle commences in Bahrain. Bye for now.